says Dr. Fabio Pacucci, co-author of the study. So this galaxy is totally black.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, grab your butts. There it is. We have audio. Hot damn. We're good. So good. So good. What the hell? It's supposed to be like that? Yeah, I guess it is, isn't it? Hot damn. We are so good. Oh, yeah. So good. Let's get on with it, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, as you can see, I am here at the shop. I'm here at the shop of the Old Humble Distilling Company. We are. What are we doing? Well, that's a good question. Wouldn't you like to know? Yes, I would like to know. That is why I asked the question. All right. Well, that's cool. I can tell you. I am the Old Humble guy. I am your friendly neighborhood. Is this? Do we have specs on? I am your friendly neighborhood MC original. I think that's better. Your friendly neighborhood sin merchant. We are here at the Old Humble Distilling Company. I'll show you the broad view. There, see? Hi, on the big cam right over there. Right behind that big camera, you can't see it from this angle. Oh, shit. Bad stuff. Hold on. Bad things are happening. Bad things are happening. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix the thing. Gotta fix the thing. Gotta fix the thing. We are not optimal. Water bypass going through. We're losing. In fact, what I'm going to do. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. I'll be there in just a second. Cool this down a little bit. What are you doing over there, Old Humble guy? We demand to know what's going on. What is going on, Old Humble guy? We demand answers. I'll give you answers. Calm down. So here's what's up. I am in the background here. And I'll have it turned on so y'all can see. Join the meeting, yes. Oops, cancel. Switch. There we go. Back. There we are, we're back. Start. And then come back to this screen. Should have my Zoom on. There. Now that should give you the thing you need to see. Switch. No audio. Continue. No video. I want no audio and no video on this. We're going to mute audio. Okay, there we go. We're muting audio. We're muting video. And you should be able to. There we go. All right. Excellent. Let's see here. Can we flip this? Yeah, we'll flip this. Over here, we've got. This is working properly. That also tells me to do a double check. There's always a bunch of moving parts going on when you're actually making whiskey happen. 68, that's not including 68 degrees. That includes 58 degrees. That tells you we're not efficiently cooling your. Also tells you we don't want water. Put those steel places. That over there. Pull off there. If that goes, pull off. So here's your problem with showing y'all how the distillation operates. Always a bunch of moving parts going on, and you got to get a bunch of stuff done. So we've been pumping it out right now, collected maybe 2.5 gallons or so far. Pick that up. There you go. We're right in the middle. We've been running now for maybe since slow down. And I want the gin to have a lot of flavor from the distillate. Oh, there's the camera. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. That's our good buddy right there. But there you go. In the meantime, wrong camera. There's a god dang wasp in here. And I do not like wasps. Wasps are nature's assholes. You fucker just flew right over my head. What is this? Canon. I have audio. Sorry, audio problems. Sorry about that. You're getting a little echo on that sound. I apologize. So you can see we don't have any fresh alcohol coming out. I'm gonna go over there and try to solve the problem with the still real quick. That is causing water to run out. And when that water gets down low, it does not efficiently cool. It doesn't efficiently cool my column. That column is cooler so that run our still get good high proof liquid out of that. Like the leak started forming, the leak formed after the freeze. column right now, running mid one. Okay, we're about 150 right now. I'm going to set it come down to about 70, about 120. It's already come down to about almost 140 now. Yeah, coming out fast. Good. Okay. Now turn it back up. Got the whole bottle running through here. Already dropped down below 140. Let's turn it back up. Start to see my plate perfect in a couple of minutes. Select up some more boopy boo. Really good day is going to be 2 weeks when I start to run my full size. Those back. That'll be a good day. Now, we got the tab. Yeah. What we're going to do next is bottling up some whiskey. Oh, I didn't even have the right camera on. Sorry about that, guys. I had the wrong damn camera. My apologies. But that was the camera that I thought I had on, but I did not have that one on. I had that one on. So y'all didn't see anything that I was doing. My apologies. Let's quickly have a word from our...
Is your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
All right, so there's the still column working its magic, doing what it does. I'm about to go over there and double check and see if we have bubbles in our plates. I don't think we do because I'm not seeing any action coming out of the parrot. About 150, we should be getting vapors coming through and condensing very soon. I'll walk outside and check my temperature one more time. The water is definitely cooling down. It went to 71 degrees, 69 degrees. This, I believe, is the maximum cooling to here. So water's coming in, cold water's coming in here, back here and back. Cold water's coming in through here, going through here, through this column, through this part of the column, up here. And instead of going, normally it would come up through here, go back out. So it's coming through here, down through here as well. All of the water is going through this column. None of it is coming through here. Everything is coming through here. The goal is to keep this colder, keep this cold enough to condense the alcohol through this column. So you get this charged, what's called charged up. So this will be full of alcohol over here. And then when it comes time to release it, throw this switch, which has the water coming in. The water will come in through here and go straight. Instead of coming through here and going back out, come through here and bypass through here, through this column, and switch it off. Nope, got that ass back. Do close this. This will heat up, and then all of the water will go into this column. I'll open this up. All the water from here will condense in this column. Or any of our vapors, none of our vapors. All of them will come. And it'll also give us highest alcohol. What I want to do is I want to get everything out of this pot. It should be only about 10 gallons left. And that should be mostly pure water. About 15 gallons of alcohol. Water. So it should be less than just a little bit more than 10 gallons of water. All of the alcohol. All right. Well, good. You know what they say about watch clocks? thing for us to do, for me to do, there's no us. The next thing for me to do is bottle up some whiskey. Let's adjust that. Move that there. Move that there. Oh, is it because it's transform, fit to screen? There we go. Now what we'll do is I'll put it here and then add display. No, that's not what it was. Add a window capture. That's the one. That way y'all can kind of see what's going on in the background. We'll make it a small window. And we'll put it up here. Yeah. And we'll crop it. Boop. Boop. We'll put it like right there. That's kind of where it's at. No, it's not kind of where it's at all. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of right there. It's off in that direction. So y'all be able to see the distillation process as it's going. I wish I had a better angle, but I don't. I just don't. So, and then we're going to start bottling whiskey. Got a headache. I need to get a drink of water. Let's see my assistant over here. Say hi, Wally. Woof, 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 woof. That's my dog. Working hard, doing one of his favorite things, hanging out at the distillery with me. He's a great employee. Shows up eagerly, always wants to work, or at least always wants to come to the distillery. Doesn't do a lot of work. He did chase a girl today, so there's that. We didn't really chase her. He just kind of, I don't know, the CrossFit gal was running, and he just kind of walked out to her to make sure she wasn't dead. It was kind of adorable. All right, one more time. Check on. Yep. Uh, what you want to talk about with the charging of plates? Beep boop. All right. That is Jar, change out the jar, and start collecting up some more stuff. So let's go here. And give you a zoom on the still column. All right, so there we are. Put that up in the background there, and here I will be doing. I'll be bottling up some whiskey. We need to make more of our straight whiskey. So I'll be running it through the filter from barrel just off screen into this one, and from this one into our bottling rig. I need to like dust everything. I need to start covering everything. I think just taking like plastic film and covering everything. So there you go. Any questions in chat? Feel free to ask. The thing is, I get nervous about starting another task while I'm distilling, because that's like literally the most important thing that I do here at the distillery is making the liquor. Like it's literally the most important thing I do. And yeah, I mean, I need to do other stuff. I need to make bottles of whiskey. I need to add bottles of whiskey to my inventory and do all the other things. But I obsess over that little stream coming out of the parrot there. That's what that's called, by the way, a parrot. I obsess over that because that is literally the lifeblood of the distillery. And without that, we don't have a shop. So I'm always hesitant to start another task while I'm watching the stills operate. So, there you have it. That is what we do. That is how we do it. That is how we do it, baby. Yeah, 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 yeah. That is how we do it. I'm trying to crop the still picture and move it here so that I can have me side by side. Ah, see, looky there. That's a much better. It's not a great. It's not great because it has my face, but it's much better than the area photo. And let's see here if I can crop this a little bit. Well, crop it a little bit there, and crop it a little bit there. There. Now, see, less of my face, more of the still. As long as we have a nice steady stream coming out, that's a good, strong stream. I'll start the distillation run at about 190 for the gin. I started at 190 to collect up the alcohol as fast as I can. And then by the end of the run, I'm collecting it at about 70, 50, 30 proof even. And that's when we're getting a lot of the flavor coming out of the gin juice. So I'll let this run much longer than I'll let it run for our whiskey. For our whiskey, I'll cut it off when it gets down to below 120, below 100. Usually, I'll cut it off because I don't want to collect it. I don't want to collect too deeply into the corn and get past the heads or past the hearts and into the tails. I want to maintain a good flavor of the whiskey. With this gin, however, a lot of the good flavors come from the tail end of the run, and there's not a lot of tails in the alcohol because the alcohol has already been distilled and refined several times before it even is introduced to the still for the flavor compounds. So all these flavor compounds that we get at the very end are attached to really high quality liquor. So I'll draw it down for really, 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 really far to the point where we're almost collecting straight water at the end of the run. Almost. But the goal out of this is going to be to collect up about 20 gallons of alcohol. That is a 6-gallon carboy. So the goal is going to be about 4 of those. And we've been going now since about 11. So this is about 2.5 hours. We haven't quite filled that thing up. We should fill it up in the next 30 minutes to an hour. And then I'll just keep going. Yeah, because if we get about, we're not going to get 20. My goal is probably get 15. 15 is probably a better number. If we get 15, then with 15, 30, it'll be 90 gallons. Kind of need to do some math real quick. 90 gallons we have 90 gallons. Come on, calculator. 90 gallons at approximately 145 proof divided by 200. What? 90 gallons times 145 divided by 200. $63 gallons times 5. 815 bottles. motor in the water chilling unit is making strange. Unfortunately, it's not surprising. No, it has a little bit of a leak. Anyway. All right. All right. Well, we can see a steady stream coming out there. See it shaking there? Is that coming through? Can y'all see that shaking? See here. There it is. Man, I've got a headache. It is extremely humid right now, and it is trying desperately hard to rain outside. But it's not. All right. So back there over my left shoulder, that way, is my office. You can see this is a slight tour of the distillery from this angle. Our office is that way, or my desk. You can kind of see it. I don't use that desk very often. I use these tables more often than not when I'm working. This, of course, is one of my work tables, and this can't see it because it's behind the mini screen here. That is my. There it is. My bottle filling machine right there. Very troublesome to me. I don't know why that pump is doing what it's doing, but you go out there and you listen to the pump and it's going zzz, 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 zzz. I don't like that. I'm not supposed to do that. There's also ants on the floor by the pump. I don't like that either. That bothers me. Okay. So next on the agenda is to get some bottles bottled up. I got another 16 cases or so of alcohol to bottle. And I guess that's the next thing on the agenda to do. Tonight we will be on our whiskey happy hour. We're going to be talking about pie again, just like last week, but not the way we were talking about it last week. One of the things that I mentioned last week was that one of the cool things about the world we live in the constants that we have, is that if you know the diameter of a circle, then you know the circumference, because the ratio of circumference to diameter is always pi. If you know the circumference, you know the diameter. If you know the distance between 2 points on a circle, then you know you can determine the radius of that circle by using angles and all the other stuff, the mathematical stuff that happens. Like, these things are constants. These things are standard rules, standard laws of the universe. we do not have to look at the sky every morning and hope the sun rises, because it will. It's the mechanics of our universe. It's what happens. We don't have to lament every night as we watch the moon get smaller and smaller and smaller that something's destroying our moon, and then sacrifice virgins to have our moon reappear a week later in the sky. We don't have to do that. We can if we want to, but sacrificing virgins is not going to make the moon come back. It comes back whether we do that or not. We don't live in a world of magic. We live in a world of regular, systemic things. And one of the benefits of living in a world of rational science and stuff like that is, while there are things that we certainly don't know and can't explain, that does not mean that it's magic or mystical or mysterious. It just means we don't know yet. And we can systematically explore these things. And that brings us to the question of what the fuck are you talking about, old humble guy? That brings us to the question that we're going to talk about tonight of, well, we're gonna come back to the casual observations of the world around us and how it informs our world and how it informs the size, shape, and geometry and geography of our world and our corner of the universe. Specifically, when we look at very specific things about the world around us, like distances between cities in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, this is how you know the world is a globe and not a flat pizza. The fact that we have pictures of Antarctica, the fact that we have polar orbiting satellites, which would be impossible for a flat Earth. The fact that we have that we know distances between cities. I mean, all this stuff. Just it's not. It's literally not rocket science. It is literally like middle school math. And this may be the last time I visit this for a while. Because I really am running out of things to say about how we know the shape and scope and size of the world and our corner of the universe. But, I thought that last time. And, you come across more and more people who are just, I mean, the latest dumb round earth, flat earth argument is, how can four people facing south in four different parts of the world be looking at the same thing? Well, because the earth is a globe. That's how. I just can't believe that there's actually people who believe this shit. Actually people in the world who are like, no, it's flat. I mean, even Columbus, and Columbus was a stupid idiot. Even Columbus knew the world was round. And he was a remarkably stupid idiot. His sin wasn't that he thought the earth was flat. His sin was he thought the earth was about 60% the size that it actually is. Despite, at that time, 1,800 years of people knowing how big around the earth was. I guess he thought it was shaped like a football. He was an idiot. Complete and total dumb. He died never knowing he stepped foot in the Americas. He never stepped foot in North America, but he died never knowing that he did not reach Asia. He was dumb. He was a complete and total class idiot. All right, there's a fly in my distillery, and I want to kill it, but I don't want to hit my equipment. Okay. So while that's plugging along, chugging away, doing what it do, I'm probably going to be here distilling until 8 p.m. at least. I'm going to be here all day long. And then I'll be back on, well, I don't know if I'm going to have time to do it on Friday. I'll definitely be back tomorrow. Because Friday we've got the Friday Nights Live at 6. Wally is out patrolling. Look at our good boy. Good boy. Checking out the grasses. It's going to rain out there. You can see, you can't tell from this video, but it is gross and overcast and kind of yellow looking. We got a good head of steam coming out of this thing right now. Barreling out at a solid 170 or so proof. I hope I have this going in the right way. I hope I don't have it going in. I hope I don't have it, the hoses going in ass backwards. That would be dumb, wouldn't it? I'm pretty sure it goes in at a single point. Or, I'm sorry, it goes in at the 2 different points and comes out at the single point. I hope I don't have it backwards, where it's supposed to be going in or coming out at a single point and going in at the double point. I just said that, didn't I? Going in at the 2 points. Hope it's not supposed to be coming out at the 2 points. Hope I don't have the hoses backwards. I mean, not that it matters. It's still just as efficient cooling it off backwards as it is forwards. Now I'm going to have to look it up. Hillbilly flute diagram. My jaw hurts too. I don't know why. Falling apart, people. Falling apart.
port is. Okay? You see the bottom there's your thermal port. We've installed what we call a rain hat to prevent distillate from contacting the thermal port and giving you false readings. Through a lot of testing, we determined this is the best place for our time. That filler in place seems to be where we're supposed to have this reading. This here is the water feed on the back. This is your drain. I'll show you how this goes up in a moment. You'll notice it has a seal in it. So once you listen, of course, there's only one way to put it. This is the top. Mainly, I want you to see this is your water supply. Your water supply will hook here. This is a bingo plant, so that your garden hose will hook directly into it. This is a vent. It's only a vent for your parrot, so that it doesn't pump and cycle, so that you get a smooth even.
Okay, let me explain what's going on up here. So I did have this access. This is the water intake right here. Black hose is water in, the red hose is water out. I should have known this because I connected these hoses specifically so that the red would be the warm, the output would be the warm water going out. Duh. So what happens is the cold water coming in goes through here, this cold, so that we can condense hot here. I can barely touch it right there. It's got to be 170. Here it's ice cold. Here it's hot. Here it's hot. If I turn this open, I open this, then we have water coming up through here, down through here, into this column. what'll happen is this, close this as well. So that's going to shut down. That's basically going to shut down the distillation process. It shuts down the process of collecting distillate. So when it comes time to change this out, that's what I'll be doing. Shut this down. Sending all the liquid over here to this valve. Pull the valve down. Still hot inside. Although it's already getting cold. 170 degrees here. What the thermal thermometer is, it is cool to the touch. It's almost not quite cold, but it's cool to the touch. And I'm getting distillate forming here, building up here. I'll start getting it here. Yep, there it is. Now we'll move down here. I'll start getting some here. And second, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1. There it is. On the first bubble. Come on, bubble. 3, 2, 1. There we go. So with this cold, the vapors can't go through. They condense and everything falls back down. The column can start pressing back down. So then when I'm ready to start sending the alcohol out again, which I am, I'll be ready to do it. I'll open this valve or close this valve and open this valve. So all the water, instead of coming up through here, going back down and out, all of the cold water will come up through here and then go back down and out. Now I could have this open and this open. Then the water will split. The water will split. So this will stay as cold, but this will stay cold. This will stay as cold. So some vapors will come out. If I charge this up, some vapors will come out, some vapors will go back. That's one way that I can collect my alcohol as well as continue to redistill it so I can get a cleaner, smoother, better alcohol. But basically, once I take the heads out, all that's left is just clean alcohol. And I can throw this valve open. This valve open, close this one, select it up, and pretty much break it. What's important though is that as these charge up, this is pure alcohol. Less and less water is caught in the column. The longer it stays here, the less water is actually caught. So if I was the cleaner and purer the alcohol I want, the higher proof I want coming out this end, the longer I let this charge up. But I don't want it to charge up. I want it to come out and stand still. Faster it comes out still, better off I'll be. And because it's gin, I'm okay with it being a little bit lower proof, so I just want to collect up as much as I can faster. So I close this bypass. I open this, which means all the liquid is coming out, condensing it back down here out to the drain. If I'm being honest, I'm still pretty goddamn cold. So this temperature dropped from 170 down to 160 during that short little period. Now we've got to get solid proof coming in. Like that. My hydrometer is dropping. Was a good solid 178. Now moving back down to 180. Now we just let it do its thing. All right. And now we're back. And yeah, what I do on distillation days is a whole lot of this. I sit here and watch. It doesn't seem, especially when it's the first run of a new process. Like by the last time we do the gin, I'll do this 6 days, over the course of 6 days, because I do 25 gallons at a time. There's 40 gallons to a batch of gin distillate. So I'll do 20 gallons plus 5. 6 batches of this stuff. We might have 7 this time around. And I'll anyway, by the 4th or 5th one, I pretty much turn this thing on, set a timer, pull out my cot, and take a nap. I'll read a book. Because after the first couple times, it becomes pretty regular. You know what to expect. Turn it on, leave it on. I know that I have about 4 or 5 hours to go grab some food, go back to the house, get some supplies, do some stuff, work on some projects. I've got time, but the first time I do it, I don't know how much time I've got. So I do this a lot. I sit there and just stare at it because it's also just a marvelously beautiful thing. A marvelously beautiful thing. Anywho, and again, if you got questions, by all means, feel free to ask them because I'm here to answer your questions. Why? Huh. You. Hang on a second. I need to check something out real quick. Sorry, Zoom world. I need to hear the audio going on here. I need to. Inquiring minds need to know. Do I not have audio on this fucking thing? I should have audio. Was nobody going to tell me I didn't have audio? Were y'all not going to tell me I didn't have audio? What the fuck, man? Y'all weren't going to. I'm sitting here talking to myself. Okay, now I have audio. How do I not? What is going on here? Why is my audio so bad? What is going on? Okay. So I have no audio, no video there. That's fine. But yeah, what's going on? Why is the audio? What is going on with the audio? Is it because did Zoom hijack my audio? Is that what's going on? Zoom hijacked my damn audio, I bet. They did. Okay. So what I want is leave computer audio. Fucking hell. Did that fix the problem?
It did.
Let me see if that fixed the problem.
Okay. So what I want is
Thank you, Sherrard.
audio.
I can hear it too, but it's like bad. And I think I may have just fixed it.
That fixed the problem.
I'm not sure if that fixed the problem or not. Because I should be getting, like, I'm on max audio.
I can hear it. Like,
I'm on max audio right now, and this should be booming out, but it's not. External microphone. Did that fix it?
it should be booming out.
But it's just not booming out audio at all. Default. So audio settings. I want to have no audio. That's my speaker. Microphone. None. You know what? I mean, we're going to do that. We're going to change it to the Camblink 4K and have no audio coming in from Zoom at all. Have Zoom on a different setup entirely. Anyway, let's get back to the video with Zoom. There's our still chugging along. Chugging along like it's supposed to. You see, y'all can't hear a thing I'm saying, can you? Oh, I don't know if you can hear a thing I'm saying. See, I can hear it just fine in my microphone and my headphones. I just don't know if it's... Alright, well, if y'all say you can hear me, then that's fine. This sounds weird. This sounds super weird. I just don't know. I just don't know. Properties. My device, my digital audio. System default. Back to the Zoom. Whoops. Sorry about that. All right. Well, it looks like we have audio. I can't confirm it. I can't deny it. It says we do. So I'll trust that we do. And then we'll leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. Just leave it at that. That's fine. What if I did... What is this?
Does that change my voice? Does that work? Does that work? Can y'all? Did that make me sound? Did that work? I don't know if that works. Sounds weird in my ears though, because I can still hear my voice like internally, but externally. Oh, that's freaky.
That was free.
Actually, almost sounds like my wife.
So,
Oh,
did not.
that's it. No, stop it.
Okay, that's better. That's better. That's better. There we go. Original Pro. This is the Pro filter, Pro effect. There's not an option for none. However, there it is. Star of the show today, our pot still. Let's hear it for the still. Yay. All right. Okay, so I need to fill bottles with whiskey. I need to get on that. I need to quit stalling, need to quit delaying. That, however, is very close to full. We'll let it keep going. We'll fill up. I'll get my next carboy, and we will. I'll dump that into the barrel over here, and then we'll get the next carboy, start filling it up, and all things will be good in the world. All things will be good. I am still not convinced that the audio is working properly. I mean, there's clearly some audio, but I'm not hearing it on my phone the way I expect it to. Let's just leave it at that. I'll just leave it with that. The hell was that? I'll be right back. Well, we're still operating. However, my ammeter on the box has stopped working. I can't see how much power is going to the going through the box, but it just appears to be the meter that has burned, not anything else. So a little bit troubling, but not entirely worrisome. All right. How long have we been doing this? All right. Well, I guess the audio is not bad. I can hear most of it now. Maybe it was just the microphone was too far away from my big old face. And when I put the microphone close enough to my face, it sounds better. As long as we have power going into it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. He's definitely not a monkey. He is definitely a dog. Monkeys are smarter. I'm kidding. He's an adorable, good and loyal, adorable companion. My good buddy. All right. So I'm going to let that run for just maybe 20 more minutes. If anybody has questions, as always, feel free to ask them. I will answer them to the best of my ability. Honestly, I may be here till midnight tonight. Maybe we'll do the Old Humble Happy Hour from the distillery tonight. Maybe. It's entirely possible. Entirely possible. Would not rule it out. I wouldn't count on it, but I also would not rule it out. Arr. Maybe I should submit some bottles to the John Barleycorn Awards. Entry deadline is tomorrow, April 14th. $300 per brand to enter into the John Barleycorn Awards. I don't think I'll be doing that. Do think I want to go into the New York International Spirits competition, though. New York International Spirits competition. New York International INTRNATION Spirits competition. That's the one. Deadline is May 7th, 2022. How much to enter into the competition? Please say it's not $300 per bottle, because that's a lot. I could do 150. Early deadline, early entry, now through April 23rd. Oh, Jesus. It is 300. There's only one entry fee. We have not raised our prices in 10 years, for we are passionate with a capital P about spirits with a capital S. Winners receive physical and digital medal images. That is true. We do get physical medals, which I find to be very cool. That's almost worth the price of entry. Would be cool to get some medals for our spirits. Is my camera blocked? No, my camera's not frozen. Good. Okay, sound off in chat. Who's here? I see people here. I see the numbers moving up and down and around. Stats? That's not what I wanted to see. Wow, Uline sells coveralls. That's nice to know. Deck link? What is a deck link? Docs. Scene transitions, audio mixers. Somewhere in here is a doc that shows all of the stuff that's like going on with humans interaction, the other side of the screen. Or if I just shrink me down over here, the real star of the show, shine through. We're very quickly approaching the top of that carboy, which is exactly what I want to happen. Looks like it has about another half gallon to a gallon to go. Then now keep in mind, guys, this is a licensed distillery. Don't do this at home. It is very much against the law to do at home. And if you do it at home, I told you not to. So it's not my fault. Johnny Law. Don't blame me. They're degenerates all on their own. I didn't lead them there. Their degeneracy is none of my doing, law dog. You cannot pin their degeneracy on me. It was there before I even showed up. Everything's working nicely, though. No complaints. No complaints whatsoever. Oops. All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and get everything set up for the bottling. And we shall begin that process. This is a neat microphone that we've got here. I'm happy with it, I suppose. I suppose. One, two, three. All right. It is time to get this party started. Who we got here? Muscle Shell. Cheers, Muscle Shell. Welcome to the party, my man. Welcome to the party. All right. Now, what we're going to be doing is converting these empty bottles here. Come on. Go. Converting these empty bottles into full bottles. Now, tonight, as I said before, we've got our happy hour. I may be out of here in time to get home to do the happy hour show. I may not. I may be doing the happy hour show from in here. Got a little bit more left in that carboy. I can load up my, I can line up my bottles and get things started here. Then swap out that carboy. I'm going to need to do about, I have about 16 cases of liquor to do, to fill. 16 cases or so that we're going to fill up in these bottles here. While we make whiskey, or while we make gin over there. Another chat. All right, well, if you got an idea for me, Muscle Shell, serve it up. If you want to email it to me, my man, you're welcome to email it to me. I think you've got my email address. But it's there in our About page. Info at. If you don't have my email address, it is there. If you want to just give it to me in chat, give it to me in chat. I'm always ears for a good idea or two. I'm always down. Hit me with it, my man. The great thing about ideas is they're free and they don't cost anyone anything. That doesn't cost you anything to have it or share it. So I'm always down to hear ideas. I like ideas. Ideas are the currency that keeps creative enterprises alive. And we may be, there's no may about it, we are a manufacturing enterprise. You know, we have inputs and outputs just like every other factory, manufacturing entity would have. But we are 100% also, which makes it 200%, we are also a marketing firm. And most small businesses don't understand that they're not just manufacturing, they're also marketing. And ideas are what keeps them going. And all too often, small businesses forget that they are also idea factories. And they need to have ideas, be fresh, and keep trying new things. I mean, you've got to do You have to do the things that keep the lights on. You have to do the boring stuff, the unfun stuff. But you also have to do creative stuff. You have to, I hate this phrase, but you have to think outside of the box. You have to do stuff that you haven't thought about before. Especially when you're young as an entity, a young and new enterprise. You have to try things. Sometimes you have to try things that are a little bit beyond your grasp. And screw them up royally. That way you know how to do it better the next time. Of course, you don't want to screw it up so bad that you can't afford to try again. That's bad. Always, your reach should always exceed your grasp, but you should always be able to afford to fail. If you can't afford to fail, then you are reaching too far. But sometimes you get yourself in a situation where you can't afford to fail. That just means you try harder to succeed, and you make the damn thing work. Because failure, while it is always an option, is not a viable option. It's not a survivable event. You know what I mean? You've got to make sure your failure is a survivable event. And you know, companies like Amazon and Google and SpaceX and Tesla, and I mean, SpaceX got to the point where their failures were not survivable events, where they successfully launched their first rocket. That actually looks really good. When they successfully launched their first rocket, they were at a point where if they failed, if that rocket did not succeed, they were not going to have a company anymore. And not because they couldn't afford it. I mean, Elon Musk could afford it, but because he decided that there was going to be an upper bound on the losses that they were going to take. There was only so much money he was going to put into funding it. So if they weren't going to succeed with that launch, they weren't going to succeed because they were coming to the end of his funding commitment. We're almost there. We're almost at the top of that carboy. My puppy dog is just laying there. Hey, buddy. What's up, puppy? Who's a good boy? You're a good boy, that's who. Rawr. He's such a good boy. For some reason, he won't drink the water here at the distillery, though. He is a complete and total knucklehead when it comes to drinking water. He's all panting over there and puffing. I'm gonna have to bring him his bucket of water so he'll drink out of it. Maybe he doesn't like the way it tastes because it's too clean. It doesn't taste like the sink water. Maybe that's why he won't drink the water here at the distillery, because it's too clean. Too clean, you see. He likes water tinted with a taste of butthole, and our water is distinctly missing a flavor of butthole. So I guess you'll be sending me the idea in an email, then, that's what. That's fair. I'll read my emails. I'm good with that. This machine, known as the Glengarry Glen Ross, because it is for closures. Get it? Closures. Tragically unhip. Tragically unhip. I need to get another trash can up in this place. Absolutely need a new trash can up in this place. I also need a new, I need to get a lapel mic. Make it easier for me to be heard. Less interference from the world around me. But you'll also notice, I don't know if you can tell this, I don't have any music playing. Not just because I'm streaming. Because if I have music in the background, or playing the radio in the background or whatever, they will knock my stream off of the YouTube. Not off the air. They'll knock my stream off of the channel. They will unstream me. Like an island in the stream. That is what I would be. Sorry about that. That was loud noise. All right. Time to change the carboy. How do we change the carboy? First things first. Come up here. Close this and open this so that all the cold water is going to switch the skin. Y'all can't see what the hell I'm doing. Post. There we go. Nope. Do this and this. There we go. All right. Are we clear? Can you see what's going on? Zoom out a little bit. There we go. All right. So what we're doing, we're going to switch it. Now, you call them switches, and they're not switches, they're valves. So I throw open the first valve, and I close the second valve. And this
selections all the cold water here. It's already cold to the touch, cool to the touch. This is going to always stay cold because the water comes in here, and now it's going through here, back into here, and out. And it's completely bypassing this side entirely. Notice it's shut off, no liquid. So now, hey, I will move this carboy over because it's heavy. I'm going to pick it up in a second. Bring this carboy to its place. Replacing that one. Take my funnel, put it there. And come back up here. Open up this valve, close this valve, and now we will resume. Now every single one of these plates is filled up. Now we will resume collection. I think my gin manufacturer just showed up. My gin producer. Turn off the camera real quick. Fantastic. How are you? Yeah? All right.
dump that carboy into that white barrel. See, yeah, you can just sit there again. Dump that carboy into the white barrel. This is where we're going to go next with the gin. We go into here. Come on. Gin. I gotta rinse it out real quick. That's clean. Oi. Nice and tidy. All right, now the gin goes in here. Whoa. Whew. All right. That's the first 6 gallons. We got to do that probably 2 more times a week. Probably 2 more times. Get back over here. That one. That one? Yeah, there we go. Whoa. Do you want to join it, Tim? Do you want to pick up that things and move them all around the place? Do you want to get super sweaty and take off your shirt with other boys? Well, yeah, not be a pervert. But you might also want to join the gym. My gym, the Old Humble Distilling Company, CrossFit gym. You can come and join the CrossFit gym and pick up that quality. You gotta move out of the way, buddy. Come on. Good boy. The Old Humble Distilling Company, CrossFit gym. Give you the full body kind of workout that you desire. And you can drink whiskey at the same time. So for a low price, $100 every month, you get to pick up that thing and move it back to work. And then enjoy a happy, good whiskey drink after the work. After the workouts are done. Extra bonus, you can tell everyone you joined the gym. All right. All right. And now we are done filtering the whiskey. Hot damn, hot damn, hot giggity damn. All right. tired. Headache. Probably because I'm dehydrated. I'm gonna sleep well tonight, though. This is very much what a real day in the life looks like. When we get our full-scale stills up and running, we'll have the stills running in the background over there. Well, the stills running in the background, making our whiskey. One of our bottling line going full speed. The bottling line is also much more efficient when the bottling line's much more efficient when all we're doing is bottling. Obviously, obviously, when I can focus on the bottling, it's much more efficient. Duh. But I need to get one more chord for my sound mixer real quick. Bear with me. I actually just put a USB cable in correctly on the first try, and I was so stunned, I pulled the damn cord back out, thinking that it must be some kind of mistake. And I looked at it, and sure enough, even when you do put the USB cord in correctly the first time, we are so trained to know that it's wrong, we still pull it out. Pull it back out. Tomorrow night is Thursday night, which means trivia night. Class trivia returns, but we are also on the precipice. Uh-oh. What the hell's that all about? We're on the precipice of starting a partnership with Pub Trivia to do both live and remote trivia, simulcasting it, doing it live in the distillery. And then going live from the distillery and being live in the distillery, which I think is pretty badass. They'll still be the same prizes. Basically a $20 gift certificate for first place. $10 for second place, $5 for third place. I will track it for internet data. But people who are live and in person will get a actual certificate. 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 Whatever you want to call it. all he does is lay there. What a life, right? Wally the distillery dog, working hard. Working hard. That's about it. That's really what that is life. Life to lead right there. He is our stalwart watchdog. He will go to the door and sit there and stare off into the woods the whole time. He'll come back to this back door back here and stare at the CrossFitters. Make sure they're doing their full workout. He'll come back, lay down on his pillow. Roof. He doesn't get bored. I guess he gets bored. You think dogs get bored? You think they have the capacity for boredom? I know they have the capacity for understimulation. You know, they're like, they need exercise, that sort of thing. But like, you know, I know they want to play. They get in moods when they want to play. They want to go for walks, or they want to go for runs, or you know, whatever it is the dogs do. I guess that sounds really interesting. What we would call stimulation, physical activities, and whatnot. That is, they get their pent up energy and they need to go run. I have to go run. Ah! I guess dogs get bored. I guess that would be the equivalent, the doggy equivalent of boredom. So our visitor here was a sales guy, did tamper resistance, tamper evidence seals and stuff like that. He had come once before. I was looking for machines to help seal up bottles and put labels on bottles. At least that's what they thought I was looking for, even though I told them what I was looking for. Much more pedestrian than what they were talking about. Basically what I need, what I would like to get, if I had the opportunity to get such a thing. I mean, if possible, I'd get me a whole like bottling machine, bottling line on a conveyor belt type of thing. But what I would like is a heat tunnel, and I think I could probably find one used. But a heat tunnel on a conveyor belt where I could put the shrink seals on top of the bottle, hit the button on the conveyor belt. The bottles would run down the conveyor belt through the heat tunnel. The shrink seals would be sealed onto the bottle, and that'd be it. That's done. Where is everybody? So many people were telling me they wanted to see me run the still. Still. The hell is everybody? Am I overdoing live? Do I need to key it back a little bit? Actually do fewer shows? Is that what's going on?
Stop. Go down on quantity. Work on quality a little bit. I mean, obviously quality is important anyway. Hey, here, buddy.
But I am going to have to key back on some shows anyway. Just a function of my schedule. Because in the next few weeks, I'm going to start doing more tastings again. I'm going to bring back my tasting schedule, start doing some more stuff on the road. So if I'm on the road, I'm not going to be able to do shows on YouTube. So I think maybe dropping the definitely going to be dropping the 100,000 views roughly for once a month. Go from once a week to once a month. Number 10 will be next month. Episode 10 will be next month. Austin. Yeah, Austin is on the list. They need to resupply that Brody Lane store. Because last time I was planning on going to Austin, they had already sold the store out. I will also be in the Austin area
May 13th for the Texas Whiskey Festival. So if you be a whiskey enthusiast and wish to go to
the Texas Whiskey Festival is at Star Ranch. Tickets are not cheap, but it is a hella good time. Good? That's good. It is a real great time there. All of the major Texas whiskey producers are represented and present.
including us. I'll be there with all three of our brands, as well as information about what's coming soon info.
I'll have info on our 72-hour blackout bourbon, our Boomtown bourbon, our Ghost Town bourbon, the 3 bourbons that we'll be making right here in the shop. Had to go check on my water cooler outside, my Chill King unit. My chill unit is called the Fonzie because it keeps everything cool. Anyway, so I'll have paper documents. Ah, shit, I gotta go do one more thing. Right back, boys. It is so freaking humid right now. It is insanely humid. I've got this fan running to keep me cool inside the shop, but it's like trying to rain. I mean, it's so damn humid out there, you can't tell if it's actually trying to rain or if it's just like wet. It is. It is oppressive right now. It may be. I think it's probably only 80-something degrees out there, but the relative humidity got to be in the 90s. It is brutal. I wish we could hurry up freaking rain already. Give you a little closer shot of the doodad there. Are we getting an echo? I bet we're getting an echo because this didn't have this muted. Sorry about that. Does that fix the audio sound? Fix the problem? I think I fixed the problem. Good. It's probably a bad place to have the microphone too. The microphone is right on top of the filter or the bottling unit, but I can't move it anywhere else because, well, maybe I can put it there. I think I might be able to put it there. This might be better. I'm not sure if that'll be better or not. Maybe I can put it right here. Maybe I can put the ye old microphone right here. Really got no good place for it. I mean, that might be about as good as it gets. But see, the interference is now right behind it. So we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, so what I was saying before is my live schedule is almost certainly going to get curtailed a little bit. I'm not going to be able to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. My centerpiece show is on Friday. The Friday Night Live. Okay, that's better. The Friday Night Live music show on Friday. The whole idea was having a week worth of live shows leading up to Friday Night Live. Maybe what I'll do instead is a week's worth of shorts leading up to Thursday Night Trivia, Friday Night Live. You know, change the strategy a little bit. You know, add a little panache, a little showmanship during the week. Nah, that's still bad. Look at that. I'm looking at the audio level. That's fucking terrible. Here. Maybe if I moved it right here so that it wasn't. Yeah, now it's not. Okay, it's far enough away from the interference now. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is case number 7 we're working on. So anyway, with the whole idea of cutting back, you know, expanding. Actually, what I'll be doing is not cutting back my live schedule. I'll be expanding my work schedule, my distillery schedule, and trading time on YouTube for time in the distillery, possibly some time at the gym. Because, you know, what people don't tell you about YouTube and building an audience and building a channel, you've got to put in some time and effort. You can't just crap stuff out onto the screen. I mean, you can, especially if you have a big old pair of biddies and a face that's easy to look at. You can definitely just crap some stuff out on the screen, and people will watch. People will watch pretty girls cook food crappily. Well, guys will. I don't know if girls will, but guys will. Guys are the worst. We're just dumb apes that think with our dicks all the time. Comment on videos. You're gorgeous. Oh, you're beautiful. Marry me. Like, Jesus Christ, you're pathetic, man. You're gonna die alone, and you deserve to. Because look at you being pathetic. Your ancestors would be ashamed. If you have any. Or I guess your descendants would be ashamed if you have any. But you're not gonna. Because you're getting mad at girls on Instagram who won't text you back, calling them bitches because they didn't respond when you said You're beautiful. I'd like to buy you dinner. And they weren't like, oh, awesome. Here, let me drop my panties right away. So obviously, they're bitches. People are men are the absolute worst. They are certifiably bona fide hobgoblins. Some of them are. I'll give them that. I mean, my wife managed to find a decent one. But to be completely fair, I too, on occasion, have been a certified hobgoblin. So, you know, wasn't always. You want to pick up heavy things and move them around. If you do, you can partake in the glorious world of the Old Humble CrossFit Gym. Every bottle weighs 4 pounds. Pick them up, move them around. Pick them up from here, put them down to there. Here, grab that box. That box is 50 pounds. Pick it up from here, put it down to there. Here, push this pallet. It weighs 3,000 pounds. Pick it up here, move it to there. Did you ever sit at home and think to yourself, I wish I could pick up something from here and move it to there? Well, you are in luck. For the low monthly price of only $200, you too can say, hey, I'm in a gym. My gym is the Old Humble Distilling Company gym. My gym lets me pick up stuff from here and move it and put it to there. It is my life goal and dream to pick up something from there and put it to here. Results not guaranteed. This is not a gym. Coach is not on. You will not be monitored. Participate at your own risk. Old Humble Distilling Company CrossFit Gym, not a gym. All right. Maybe I'll do like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday schedule for streams. Maybe a couple of things during the day like this where you can kind of see the day in the life, the work that gets done behind the scenes. Of course, I don't know how many times y'all could watch me putting a cork on a damn bottle. I don't know how exciting that can be. I appreciate the fact that it is people, that y'all will pay attention and y'all will watch it and y'all will see it and y'all will ask questions. Did not even come close. Not even close. Okie dokie. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 more, and we'll have a dozen. And I will be satisfied with that number for now. Meanwhile, the still just keeps chugging along, doing what it's supposed to. I haven't tried any of this whiskey out of this batch yet, and we must do quality control of our production line. All right. So now we do a little taste test. To make sure that everything is in order. So Friday's Good Friday. God damn, that is good whiskey. And I'm not just saying it because it's my whiskey. I mean, I like my whiskey, obviously. But look at the way it clings to the glass. Nice cling to the glass there. It's a good whiskey there. That is a good whiskey. Makes me very satisfied to know that I can make something like that. A little crisp, flavor-wise. Doesn't have the deep base notes that you get from a barley, a heavy barley, or a heavy rye mash bill. But it is a clean, crisp whiskey that I do not have a problem sharing with others. It's the kind of whiskey that I just enjoy having around a campfire, you know? Just good. It just tastes good. Ah. Maybe what I'll do is I'll start replacing one of my lines. I think it's probably time to start replacing the weekly Ukraine update. Because it appears that there's going to be, I'm no military strategist, but it appears that this thing is going to get really, really bad in a week or so. And then they're going to put an end to this shit real fast. It's going to get really bad, and then it's going to get really over. But we'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12. I'll put 2 more rows on the bottom. Give us 14 cases total. Still going strong over there. The bottles are cloudy. It's so damn humid. There's condensate forming on the bottles themselves. Ugh. Now, see, these shows would be ideal candidates for trimmed down versions. Day in the life. See if I can knock this down. I don't know how I can knock this down to 30 minutes though. My legs are getting tired. That was unexpected. Maybe I should start replacing my Wednesday night, Whiskey Wednesdays, with an interview show. Getting a guest on Wednesday nights. Maybe I should start doing that on a regular basis. Because I got a bunch of guests who have agreed. They've said they're interested. They've agreed to come on the show. Whiskey Women, science advisor Tanya, uh, performer out of New York, performer out of Kansas. Still chugging along. We're at about, it's chugging along now at about 90 proof. The proof has actually gone up on the still. It is still chugging along nicely. Actually, it's probably 95 proof if I'm reading that right. I have something I want to look up. So y'all are gonna have to sit here and watch me do computer-ing, because I have a curious, and I will satisfy that curious momentarily. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, my legs are tired. Need to take a little break. But this is very much a day in the life. When I am full on in full production mode, have my still running in the background, my bottling line running here in the foreground. I mean, full production is going to be both of those big stills there running at the same time. And, we'll be producing 20 cases at the same time that we're bottling up 20 cases. The United States defines gin as an alcoholic beverage of no less than 40% ABV, bottled at no less than 80 proof, that possesses a predominant flavor of juniper berries. Moreover, gin produced exclusively by original distillation or by redistillation gets termed as distilled gin. Any gin starts its life as a neutral, often grain-based spirit. It is essentially pure ethanol, and then flavors are added through a process called redistillation. There are many different methods of distillation, each of which can be used. Let's get this done right. Each of which can be used to create different flavors of gin. The most common forms for extracting flavors from botanicals are steep method of gin distillation, vapor infusion method of gin distillation, combination of the two, steeping and vapor infusion, or vacuum distillation method. So just for the record, we do the steeping and vapor infusion method of our gins. The steep method of gin distillation, or can gin be made from vodka? The traditional method is also the most common one. The base spirit is placed in a pot still, a vessel that holds the liquid and can be heated, along with juniper berries and other botanicals. The base spirit can, for example, be vodka. So our base spirit is 190 proof neutral grain spirit. I add water to bring it down to about 150 proof, 158 to be exact. The base spirit can be vodka, of course. Then the botanicals are steeped for as long as 48 hours. We steep ours for 3 or 4 days. Some producers will, however, distill the liquid almost immediately. Once completed, water is added to reduce the distillate to bottling strength. That's pretty much. I was just curious how other people do this. I mean, my process has been my process. Uh, we get a very delicious gin out of this process. What I was curious was how others do it. Beefeaters uses steeping and then distillation. Interesting. You can make vodka from more or less anything. Or it's made from grains and potatoes. Once it's all mashed up, it's the enzymes that get to work to create fermentation and sugars needed for it to become vodka. Yes. Multiple distillations, filtrations, and search for the purest water to use in vodka contribute to the neutral character of the little water, which is what vodka means, little water. Usually, vodka has an alcohol content of 40 to 55%. How about this one? Yeah. It's split screen, Cambot. Hey, Shark Home Brewing, cheers. Welcome to the party. I am reading out loud stuff about gin. We are making there on the right side of my screen, we are making gin at the distillery right now. And I mean, my process is steeping the botanicals and then putting botanicals in the neck, the gin basket there. Oh, I have a problem. Be right back. Okay. Everything is now going set up again. You can see. Running all the water. Column. That's already open. Like that. Like that. Already open. Okay, so here's what happened. Once again, thing that happened. My Chill King unit, the unit outside that cools the water down, cools the water down, goes up through the columns there, keeps the columns cold, so that so that we can control the distillation of the gin. If the column on the right or the left on your screen, the left, that column on the left where all the plates are, that column stays cold below 150 degrees, the alcohol condenses and falls back down into the pot and continues to redistill. So the water comes in through the black hose in the back, and when the first valve, the one on the left, is open, as it is, actually that valve's closed. I need to fix that. I want all the water coming through and going into the column here. And all the water coming in. So the water comes up through here, up into here, through here, over, down here, back into this column, this pool to redistill and charge up the column over here. Up here, it is cold to the touch. Down here, it's about 135, 140 degrees. We already have comments up here. And then it's supposed to come down through here and go out. If this is closed, if this is open, then it'll come up through here, bypass the plugmator, bypass this entirely, come up through here and go straight down. So what I have to do when it's coming up through here, going down, back into here, and then out the red hose. And I've already got alcohol forming up in this plate, about to have it forming in this plate, and it'll charge all the way up, all the way down to the bottom. Then I'll close this and open this, and we'll finish collecting up as much of this alcohol as we can. We've already collected about 6 gallons here. Collect up the other next 6 gallons here. We're really close to about halfway done with this. And then we will see what we're getting our stuff at. It may go another 3 hours. Collect up another 6 gallons. We'll see. All right. I'm absolutely going to have to get the leak in that system addressed before I start making bourbon. Absolutely going to have to get that done. We are now ready to go ahead and throw the gates open. So that one open, close this one off entirely. So what's going to happen, water's going to straight up come up through here, go through here, down, and out. It's not going to come back here at all. Which is All right, so I do not have a solution to this problem yet. A short-term solution would be simply connect up a Y, have a hose going out to a Y connector, and the hose from the wall going into the Y connector. And then whenever we run out of water in the system, I open up the second valve on the Y connector, open up the wall, and flood water into the system until the Fonzie unit gets full. But that's not a perfect solution by any stretch of the imagination. Anyway. Back to the gin. So the vapor infusion method, multiple distillation, so the purest water used in the vodka contribute to the neutral characteristics of the wood. Usually vodka has an alcohol content of 40 to 55% and is less flavorful than other spirits, which is why some don't care for it, but for others, it's their go-to cocktail buddy, which makes sense because it doesn't have any flavor of its own. It goes great in cocktails. The vapor infusion method of gin distillation is the botanicals never come into direct contact with the neutral base spirit. Instead, they're placed into baskets in the still above the base spirit, which evaporates and rises up and infuses with the botanicals when boiled. The infused vapor then condenses into a liquid. Finally, water is added to reduce the alcohol to its bottled strength. We do both. We both steep the grain or the botanicals and then put it in the gin basket, and we actually leave the botanicals in the distillate as it's distilling, and then we also have botanicals in the basket. So we do double duty on that. The method is said to give a more gentle flavor to a spirit. It actually, if you do it both, it layers it in. Now the question is, how? Well, like the average. Now we distill it vacuum distillation. I don't know what the hell that vacuum distillation is. That's weird. Step 3, create a combination of botanical blend, blah, blah, blah. 12 hours for gin to develop flavor. Sieve and strain out the botanical blend. Oh, that's just by steeping it. Interesting. It's the job of the distiller to ensure the botanicals used in the gin are treated in a way that results in the same flavored end product, despite, for example, using different crops of berries, seeds, and herbs over the course of a brand's lifetime. Well, that's the job of every distiller. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Anywho. I'll be right back. Old Humble, this Joe.
Is your bar looking a little...
Sorry, I had to take that call, guys. But let's get us back to the sure, shall we? We'll start that. Give me the Zoom screen. Uh-huh. We'll switch the camera. There it is. Switch that. Shazowie. All right. So there it is. No. No. All right. Minimize that. Minimize that. We back? We're back. There it is. Look at that in all its glorious glory. It's just beautiful. It really is gorgeous. And what it's making is just as gorgeous. Oops, my tripod fell. Where is it? Look at that. Yum, yum. Get me some. Look at that. What? Come on. Whoops. What happened to my Zoom screen? Fit to screen, please. Reset. There it is. Yum, yum. Get me some. Look at that. Just looks beautiful, doesn't it? Okay. Let me get the other screen. It's not blurry to me. It looks blurry. It's not blurry on my phone, but it certainly looks blurry on the screen there. Is that better? No. All right, well, let's try that. Switch it back here. Is that blurry? That looks a little bit blurry too. Huh. Well, it's just gonna be blurry. That is Zoom doing some Zoom shit. Maybe it's because I did that. Did that help? Did that fix it? There we go. A much clearer picture now. All right, so we'll fit it to the screen, then crop the shit out of it. All right, and we'll just crop that out. How's that look? That looks good. I'm happy with that. All right, back to work. Whiskey ain't gonna bottle itself. It'll distill itself. I don't need to do much with that. But okay. Good there. Can we resize you yet? It acts like this. It's weird when it does this. It bothers me. There we go. CrossFit guys are all showing up over there too. All right. So we got a nice steady stream coming out of there. As I say that, it starts doing some weird shit. See that? The water input line is jiggling on me. I don't like that. I don't like it doing that, mummy. All right. Back to bottling. You okay, puppy? You okay, puppy? My trusty companion. He's a good boy. He's the goodest of good boys. Okay. Back to work. Looks like I'm going to need to pull another carboy's worth out when I'm done with this. That'll have been 17 gallons out of 25. That's good. 17 out of 25 is good. That's what I want. Because it was about 15 gallons of alcohol. And this is a pretty high proof. So I'm going to want to pull that alcohol out at very high proof. 17 gallons. You know, we had it going in at 10 gallons out of 25 was water. 10 out of 25, that's 2/5. 40%, I mean 60% was alcohol, which would be 120 proof, give or take. We pull 17 gallons out. 3 full carboys would be 17 gallons. Because this one's a 5-gallon carboy. We pull 17 gallons out at 160 or so proof, which is where it's at. Then that means that I'll have gotten almost all the alcohol out of the wash, which is good. It's very good. It's just very, very good. My legs are very tired. Oh, my computer's running slow. Trying to do some math real quick. Once I'm done, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20 more bottles to finish 12 cases here. Then add 2 more cases on top of that. I always feel bad when salespeople contact me. They're like, "We're just following up on a thing," and I'm like, "I don't remember the first contact. Sorry." Feel a little bit bad, but you know, that's being a bad salesman sometimes too. All right, time to get back to bottling. My legs are rested. It's time to bottle. I'm tired. I could use a nap. Oh shit! It's almost 5 o'clock. Of course, I could use a nap. It's my nap time. Past my nap time. Usually try to get one in around 3. Well, I guess we're not going to do a calculator after all. All right, fine. See if this works. Not working. All right. There's my calculator. Trying to get this damn thing to run. So there's like a cool breeze when the wind blows. It's trying desperately hard to rain. But when the wind's not blowing, it is this oppressively hot sheet. 17 of this just sheet of like hot, humid air times what I say about 160 proof divided by 200. That'd be 13.6 gallons of alcohol that we will have collected out of about 15 and a half. 20 times 152 divided by 200. Yeah, so there's like 15.2 gallons to start with. We will collect out 13 and change. If I get set 3 full carboys, just not sure I'll be able to get those last couple gallons out. I'll try. All right, back to work. I was also waiting for Shane to show up. He's the salesman who was here earlier. He left his book. He's coming to get it. He just pulled up. So I'll let him get his book and then I'll get back to work. And my watchdog sitting by the door watching. I got you now, you son of a bitch. Got him. wrong camera. Got him. Got that son of a bitch. All right. We'll go bring him his book. Uh-huh. No, it is not. All right. Let's get back to work, shall we? All right. The gin is happily producing itself over there. So, back to it. With my trusty companion at my side. Y'all see my buddy? This is my buddy. This is my buddy. Come here. Come here, buddy. Rock, so wet. You've been playing in the rain, haven't you? Yeah, you have. So happy. Such a happy dog. All right, let me work, buddy. Perfect. This one. This one. Perfect. Okay, so what we're making today, by the way, there's gin going on the still. What we're bottling is our straight whiskey. No, buddy, I gotta be there. You gotta move. Come on. Don't do that. Don't lay down on your neck. Or go into there. If you want to be here, go under the table. Go, buddy. There you are. You're under. You did. You went under the table. Just like you should. Good boy. Good boy. Our straight whiskey, which is going in these bottles now, is 90% corn, 10% malted barley, aged 5 years, aged 5 years in used bourbon barrels. We bottle it at 90 proof. Because roughnecks don't mess around. We use rainwater in our production process to give it a flavor unlike any other whiskey, because we're using water unlike any other whiskey. Water that is specifically derived from our area, our location, our space, if you will. It is unique to us. And it gets UV filtered and reverse osmosis filtered. Give it a perfectly neutral, clean flavor. Unlike guys that use municipal water that have to work the municipal water clean, we bypass all that. All right, now if you look over at the still, get one more. That one. That's the one I'm on right now. Let's do one more. Still store Cambot. sound mixer. Now, you can see, if you look at the hydrometer, it's rising higher out of the parrot. You can see it's 190. We're going in at less than 90% alcohol by volume at this point. Up until this point, we had been operating at or above 90%, but we've dropped a little bit below that. I could increase the proof by playing with those valves, opening up the first valve a little bit and redistilling the distillate, slowing down the process of it coming out of the first column and kind of backing it up a little bit in the column. But I mean, I'm still at least 2 gallons away from that carboy being filled up. So I'm in no particular rush. I still want to get more alcohol out of that pot. And we'll still continue to get good alcohol coming out of the pot. It still has a nice, healthy stream coming out of there. That is a good, solid flow. And as long as I've got a good, solid flow coming out, I am perfectly happy. So back here, to me, let's do some more bottling up of the booze. I told Flower Moon that I would give them at least 3 days of distillation this week and next week, so that we could get their gin done for them by the end of this month. Because after we're done distilling, after we're done with the distillation process, then I let it rest a few days. Then we get into the bottling, and I'll need to clear everything out of our bottling system here. Clear everything out of the lines. I'll run it through the filter one time to make sure it didn't collect anything along the way. I'll run it through the filter, a fine filter, to make sure that there's nothing, usually dust from inside the barrel, but we keep the barrels closed, so there shouldn't be anything major coming through there. It's mostly just a precautionary step to make sure that the product is clean and blended well, mixed well. You know, that we don't have any high alcohol pockets inside of it. Everything gets just mixed up and blended really well, smoothed out. After spending the entire day here at the distillery, I'm fairly certain that Wally is not going to come back tomorrow. He likes hanging out with me here, but he doesn't like to do it 2 or 3 times in a row. He's like, I've had my fill, thank you. kid out there. I'm sure I did just hear a kid. So we seem to be here at the distillery largely past most of our supply problems. Seems like I will be getting the bottles that I need for the rest of the year. Well, for the rest of the first half of the year. Uh, enough bottles to get me through Q2 and possibly through Q3, which is good. Very much a comforting prospect to know that we're not going to be floundering around for supplies. Should have the opportunity to have enough whiskey as well. And then I have a couple of quotes coming for plugging in my steam generator. Get that thing up and running, fully operational. Have a plumber coming to look at it. I thought I'd be able to plumb it myself, but man, I do not feel comfortable with high temperature steam, the plumbing involved with high temperature steam. There's a whole bunch of components over there. I don't have any damn idea where those components go. It's not as simple as like running a line for a toilet or something. There's a whole lot of shit involved with release valves and blowdown valves and all kinds of stuff that I didn't even think about. I mean, I don't even know. Very much confusing and concerning. Because the last thing I want to do is turn on my steam generator for my hot cell and blow the whole damn place up because I didn't plumb it properly. Or better, even worse, ruin a $30,000 piece of equipment because I was all like, yeah, I can do it. And it turns out it could not, in fact, do it. Then I have pipes being held together with gym socks and shit like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cases there. I need at least another 2 cases to come out of here. So we got 16 cases teed up and ready to go for tomorrow, Friday. So let's get another 24 bottles in. Mrs. Old Humble Guy come and pick up the dog. I may be here late. He may need to go home. I'm sure he'll be very happy to go home to his mommy. He is very much a home dog. He is a good and faithful companion. So I will very likely be going down to Laredo to get the next 2 pallets of bottles before the end of this month. And if I can get down there, but at the very end of this month, maybe the very beginning of next month, I can take a day at the beginning of May to make the trip down there. I'll be able to get the fireworks for our 500 subscriber special. If I do it right, I'll also get the fireworks for our 600 subscriber special. And hopefully, we will get 600 subscribers on that same night that we do the 500 subscriber special. And then when July 4th rolls around, I'll have the fireworks to do the 700 subscriber special. And then I can just bide my time until New Year's, when I hopefully will be able to do the 1,000 subscriber special for New Year's. That'd be kind of cool. I need to think of a good way to give away something on our Twitter feed. I want to give away something through Twitter. Engage my family-nos on Twitter. Of course, by the time June and July roll around, I'll be deep into the bourbon production, hopefully. And I may not be having as much Twitter or much YouTube time as before. The whole channel will be transforming in the very near future, I hope. Be a whole lot less of me. A whole lot more of product content. You know, it's really surprising. Over the last couple of months, we've increased our viewership significantly. Like, we've gotten more views on our videos and channels. I think even the average number of views has gone up. But the number of subscribers has not, which I find to be very perplexing. But then again, I also see a lot of channels out there that have 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 subscribers, 5,000, 6,000, and they have like 12 people watching their live videos. So, you know, the fact that I can pull 50 in for my live, 60 in, 70 in for the last Friday night live, that's 70. Maybe that's... I'm about to jump onto another thought before I finish this. I don't feel so bad about it because, you know, our live shows are more entertainment than information. It's information-based entertainment. It's infotainment, I guess is what you would call it. Information-based entertainment. Like, you know, tonight's show, when we talk about how we know what we know from casual observation. You know, like we don't live in a magical world. We don't live in a magical universe. When you multiply or when you divide circumference and diameter, you always get pi, which is why we know the Earth is a globe. And I'll explain that later. I don't want to get into it right now. But what I'm saying is, to have 20 or 30 people joining me for just information-based nonsense, whiskey-fueled nonsense, that's pretty freaking cool. Mr. Great Shot, yeah, that's my still right there. Look at that. It's chugging along. Let's give it a wider, let's zoom out a little bit. There it is. That's my baby still. It's the column is the same size column that I use on my big still, but the pot itself is only 25 gallons. So we're chugging along right now. I'm running the still. We're chugging along. That still right now is producing gin. It is a product called Flower Moon Gin for a outside partner that works with us. It's their gin recipe. It's my gin production. I have the stills and he has the botanical. You know what I mean? And if you want proof that I'm running the still right now, here you go. We'll switch over to the still store. There you go, my man. We're running it right now at this very precise moment. And like I said, we're making gin. Yeah, the bottom of the flute is dirt. That's condensation. It's all condensation. So what we have, if you look at this at the picture right there, there's a black hose going into the back of the condenser. I can show you the plates working. I can make that happen. So that black hose going into the back of the condenser is the water in. That's cold water going in. It's chilling that column. You see the two valves over there on the right side. The first valve is closed. When that valve is open, it sends the cold water back to the left, our deflegmator, which, when that's cold, redistills, charges up those plates and makes it all bubbly and happy. And then, when those get all charged up, I flip that valve, I close that valve and open the other one, and then all the cold water goes back over to the chiller to make sure that we get all of the yummy goodness back into the carboy down there where we collect it. But I'll come back to it in a minute. I'll charge up those columns, or I'll charge up the plates. I'll charge up the column and let you see what we got going on. But on this side over here, so the pot still is over here. All of my stills are back here. This is my work table. This is where we do our bottling and labeling and all the stuff here. All of the pot stills are back there. And I'll be able to do. I'll do a little walkthrough of the whole joint in a minute. But I want to finish these 4 bottles real quick, which will give me 16 total cases done. Looks like we've probably got 4 more left in there. maybe 4 more. There we go. Yeah. We may have 4 more bottles left down here. Not sure. But I'm going to go ahead and bottle them up because we're going to need it eventually. We should have an order of our straight whiskey going out to our Spec stores in the next couple of weeks. There's like 25 or 30 stores that are out of stock completely. Like 50 stores that have less than a case, which is idiotic to say the very least, including our 2 home stores, Kingwood and Atascocita. They're both out of stock completely, which is just fucking mind-boggling. They only put a case at those goddamn stores. Those stores sell 5 cases a month if they wanted them to. Drives me absolutely up the damn wall. They're all like, well, you haven't sold any at the Kingwood Specs in like 6 months. Because you haven't fucking stocked it in 6 months, you dickholes. God! Anyway, I have thoughts about that. All right. Oops, I moved the camera. Let's see if we can get you back. Let's see in. There we go. Back. Here we are. All right. I also can't help but observe that I am fat. Gotta have to lose weight. I was on track the first couple of months of the year, dropping 5 pounds a month for the first 2 months. But then I gained it all back because, for whatever reasons, gained every ounce of it back, almost every ounce of it. So 12, 13. If I could add 2 more cases here, I could add another half a case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, still won't be able to fill that case out. So if I could probably get at least another case in. See, what I'm running into right now is just space on the table. Because I've got all my stuff here. Running into workspace problems. Which is fine. I got no problem with workspace problems. Because my bar table over there is filled with a bunch of stuff. So I can't use it right now. I've just got to work my way through this mess over the course of the next couple of days. Because I got to have this boxed up by Friday. It's 12. I got to have all this boxed up by Friday. Because Friday is Kimbrough's cocktails and crawfish. Kimbrough's cocktails, crawfish. Cocktails, Kimbrough's crawfish. All on Friday. Be right back. All right. A little bit there. Levels. I might end up having to do my happy hour from in here tonight. Or maybe I'll just postpone it till next week. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. These bottles are being filled with our straight whiskey. Old Humble straight whiskey. Whiskey, 90% corn, 10% malted barley, aged 5 years in used bourbon barrels, bottled at 90 proof, and made with real Texas rainwater. Collected right here at the Old Humble Distilling Company. And earlier today, I had an electrician come and give me a quote or take a look at my steam generator. He needs to find the breaker switch, plug the damn thing into the wall with. As soon as he finds the breaker switches, he'll be able to give me a quote for how much it would cost me to plug that thing in. And then we'll be able to do our first batches in the new distillery, in the new facility of our Boomtown Bourbon, Ghost Town Bourbon, and 72-hour Blackout Bourbon, made with water harvested from the Great Freeze of 2021. The blackout that didn't have to happen. It is a high rye bourbon, so it's got a little bit more rye than your average bourbon. Come on, get in there, get even. It'll have a little bit more rye than your average bourbon, so it'll have a little bit more bite. It'll be a little something warm to keep you, warm on a cold winter night. You know, both of them that we get here in Texas, or down here in Houston at least. There will only be about 400 or 500 of those bottles made. I am only getting 500 labels of that particular whiskey, or of that particular whiskey made. So we'll have 500 of the special commemorative labels. Yeah, there's a gin basket, absolutely. That first, and ask the questions by all means. In fact, I'm going to carry you over there to take a look as we talk. So, let's switch to the still cam, reset the transformation to, boop. What just happened? Come on. Zoom. Transform. Hang on 1 second. There we go. All right. All right, we can see now. Good. All right, let's walk over here, shall we? What we have with our still column wrapper. Five is not quite ready yet. It's trying real hard. Number 6 has honey. Five in there. Buddy, gonna work. There it is. There's a level. Oh, all right. So once these are all charged up, what I'll do is I will put that valve closed, that open, and then the water will basically bypass the floodgate and go straight out. So while this is cold, it goes right out the exit lane, whatever you want. The water discharge. So go out and then go back to our children. See the temperature drop. High 170 down to low 160. Got all six now. Wait, fully charged up. And I will get this. That will be able to replace after I close this back. Now, when we have my whiskey run, this will be open a little bit. This will be open all the way. Don't want to stuff my whiskey in that. I want to stuff my whiskey overproof. So I'll have it open a little bit. Send some of that out. So you can see how quickly it sucks all the alcohol right out. That was now fully charged. Now it's running. And it loads up top to bottom. Same way. The vapors haven't completely gone out. Hasn't gotten any alcohol coming in, so now we have alcohol. So this will go in there. Very quickly. Then go nothing. So that is the operation of the still cup. Any further questions? You can direct it to my media guide. Kidding. I'll answer your damn questions. That's what I'm here for. I am the most transparent. I mean, this isn't magic. I'm very transparent about what we do. It's not magic. It's not. Whoops. What? Fuck. Cancel. What the hell? Safe driving mode. What the hell was that all about? Trying to tell me I'm going into safe driving mode. I'm not in driving mode. I'm not driving, you dumb thing. Tighten it up. Tighten it up. Tighten it up. There we go. There we go. All right. I'm done right now. You're okay, buddy. Calm down. I'm done right now with the bottling. I need to seal the bottles. Oh, did it not? Ah, oh, farts on toast. Okay, hold on. Let's do this again. Audio over here now. Tuna's in the house. Cheers. Is that kelp? No, it's not kelp. Okay. Let's try this one more time. The microphone will be pointed at me. Maybe I turn on the audio here. Can you hear me? I'm going to assume you can hear me on 3 different channels. Is it coming through? Can you hear? Can you hear audio? Yeah, I can see audio coming through. You may have an echo. Can you hear the audio? I think you can at least hear the audio through the phone. You may not be able to hear the audio through the phone. I don't know. But the audio from the microphone is pointed at me. So I'm going to mute the phone. We'll leave it at that. Okay. So we still have a little bit coming in here. So this is what I was showing you. This, the water flows from the cold through here, up through here. This is the condensation unit, condensing unit. That's ice cold right now. Comes in here. When this is open, it flows back through here up into our deflegmator. Our deflegmator is hot right now. That is 100 and something, 170-ish. When that's open, that gets cold real fast. When that gets cold, when it gets cold up here, it stops the vapors from coming through here, and they drop back down, and it recharges all of the plate. It gives me a higher proof alcohol coming through. Right now, we're coming out at about 80% proof, at 80% volume. And that's all I was saying. I was just talking about the actual mechanics. When I'm ready to actually start collecting the alcohol coming through into here, which is in. When I'm ready to start collecting the alcohol, we turn the bypass on, close this so that the water is not coming through and going back in. You leave this, close this and open this so the water just comes through from here and out. You don't want to bypass this and send it back through the loop when we're collecting alcohol, unless we want to lower the proof of what we're collecting, or fiddle with the proof of what we're collecting, kind of slow it down a little bit, purify this a little bit. We can open this up and it'll actually raise the proof here if we open this up a little bit. Or I can fiddle with it to lower the proof that's coming out, or fiddle with it to increase the proof coming out. That's it. That's how it works. That is how our equipment functions. So I hope the audio was better there. Lapel mic, so that I can walk around the distillery and talk about this stuff if I'm going to be doing more stuff here at the shop. Whoops. Come on. Zoom. Zoom a zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. All right. There's. We didn't hear anything you were saying when you were by the still. Sound was a little bit better. Okay, well, sorry. Jay Sarge is in the house. Cheers. The microphone was just too far away, I guess. Not much I can do about it. So I can tell you from where we're looking at right now. I mean, you saw the plates charging up. That first valve is the valve that sends the water over to our deflegmator. Our deflegmator is the thing that recondenses all of the alcohol. That makes that basically makes that a reflux still. It allows it to reflux all of the alcohol and recondense it all back down on the plates and continue to improve the quality of alcohol that we're getting out of it. And then, of course, the second valve is the one that sends the water back. If I want to reduce the amount of water that's going to the, if I want to reduce the amount of water that's going to the deflegmator, I open up that valve to make sure that some of the water goes out, some of the water goes to the deflegmator. That's all. It's a cool little system. It's it's off the shelf from Hillbilly Stills. It's not custom built for us by any stretch of the imagination. It functions. It works well. As a 6-plate still column, it works fantastically well. with 20 gallons of alcohol in our whiskey still. Well, it's not 20 gallons of alcohol. We get 15 gallons of alcohol in our whiskey stills. We will. It basically takes all day to distill whiskey out of our big pots that are over there. But it basically takes all day to distill our gin as well. I started the stills at about 9. I will likely be here till about 9. I'm going to switch out that carboy in about 30 minutes, 20 minutes probably. I'm going to switch out that carboy and then start filling up the other one. And it's going to take another 2.5 to 3 hours. And hopefully I'll be home in time for our 10 o'clock happy hour when we talk about the circumference of the southern hemisphere based on diameter and pi and all the other stuff. I really, really, really want to explore the circumference of the southern hemisphere in a flat Earth and how we know that geometry doesn't work. How we know that geometry is not true. And it's a very simple explanation, you know. And it's based. I find myself when I rewatch my shows from previous weeks, I just have like throwaway lines, and you know, I just kind of hand wave like whatever. We know we don't, and I said last week we don't live in a world of magic. We know that when we take C and divide it by D, we always get pi, and if we don't get pi, then we didn't have a circle, or we mismeasured C, or we mismeasured D. It's the way the universe works. If A plus B equals C, and you add up A to B and don't get C, you did something wrong. Or you don't have A, or you don't have B, or you don't have C. You know, something's wrong. And it reminds me of a story. I'm going to tell this story again tonight, but I'll go ahead and tell it now. My son, my youngest, was learning how to play the recorder. And we asked him, like, have you practiced? You know how to play your recorder? Have you gotten your music? You know what you're doing yet? He's like, oh yeah, I'm good at it. I'm really good at it. We're like, really? All right, can we hear it? And he comes down with his recorder and he starts playing what sounds like a rape whistle serenade. It was just the worst sound, the most god-awful noise you could possibly imagine coming out. I mean, it sounded like he was strangling the poor thing. Hi, Vanessa Kitty. Where's the basket located? The basket is the first section down there at the bottom. When you go from the pot, well, you see the metal coupling that connects the pot to the column. That first 6-inch section of column of copper column is the gin basket. That is where we have the gin basket. We also have a pouch of botanicals inside the pot, and all of the gin had steeped in. I've got to do something real quick. All of the gin. Sorry, you're looking at my armpit. Hope you enjoy that. I know some of y'all are probably into that stuff, so enjoy the armpit. All of the botanicals steeped in the neutral grain for 4 days, 3 or 4 days, before we took out the botanicals, transferred the gin, and now we are redistilling it. So we do what stays the same and what does not. Huh? Oh, okay. So yeah, we do both methods. We do the steeping method and the redistillation method for both of those. So anyway, my kid, he tells it, you know, he's playing the recorder or he's doing something to that recorder. I don't know what he's doing, but it was the most awful noise I'd ever heard. And I said, son, you don't know what you're doing. because that is not what a recorder is supposed to sound like. He's like, I'm playing it exactly the way the teacher taught me. I'm like, well, then your teacher is a war criminal, because that is a crime against humanity. What you're doing to that thing, and what she's telling you to do is give me the damn thing. So I grabbed it from him and I cracked my knuckles, and I played Hot Cross Buns. The only song that I remember how to play. Played Hot Cross Buns. I said, that's what it's supposed to sound like. I haven't played one of these in 37 years, maybe. This is what it's supposed to sound like. You don't forget when it's done right. This is what it sounds like. And he says, I'm doing it the same way you are. I'm like, you're not doing it the same way that I am, because you can hear it with your ears. You're not doing it the same way I am. And that's an example. I'll go to this example later tonight. That's an example of how, we don't live in a magical world where you can not do one thing, or if you do the thing A and plug it into the process B, then you get outcome C. We don't live in this magical world where you can not practice or not practice the recorder and make it sound like a recorder, or not play it the way it's supposed to be played and it comes out sounding the way it's supposed to. I mean, I've done the same thing when I was switching out an electrical switch at my old house. I unplugged all the wires, and I was very careful to unplug them in the correct order and correct method. And then we got the new switch, and I plugged them all back in, and we flipped the breaker. And when we flipped the breaker, a big white spark came out of the breaker, and a blue smoke came out of the new switch. And I'm like, well, that's not supposed to do that. It didn't do that before. I don't understand what happened. I plugged it back in the exact same way that I unplugged it. Called an electrician buddy of mine. The electrician came in, and he said, what did you do? I'm like, well, I unplugged it, and I plugged all the new wires into the new switch the same way. He said, did it do this with the old plug? I said, no. He said, then you did not plug the wires in the same way you unplugged them. I'm like, oh, no, I did. It's something either wrong with the plug or wrong with he's like, no, the plug's fine. You messed up. You have to just acknowledge that you didn't know what you were doing and you screwed it up. That's why you called me. Like, oh, well, when you put it that way, yeah, you're right. And that's the same way when it comes to, mathematical computations. If you take C and divide by D, you will get pi. And if you don't get pi, then you didn't have C or you didn't have D. And if you know for a fact the distance between two cities in, say, the Southern Hemisphere, and you know for a fact the distance between those cities and the North Pole, then you should easily be able to conclude that you should easily be able to make the deduction and conclusion that, based on their latitude around the world, you should be able to easily calculate the circumference of the Earth at that latitude around the world. And if you can't get the computation to work, then either your presumption about the circumference is wrong, presumption about pi is wrong, presumption about the distance is wrong, or the presumption about the distance from the North Pole is wrong. One of those things has to be, possibly all of them is true. And that's how we know, once again, the geometry and geography of the world around us, and the universe around us, and everything around us, just by casual observations like that. Like, the distance between Johannesburg and Sao Paulo, or Johannesburg and Sydney. We know we know this stuff. It's not complicated. You can Google it. You can Yahoo Maps it. Of course, I'm sure everybody's lying to us, which is a much more ridiculous notion than I was wrong. I mean, there's two possible, two possible explanations. Either you were wrong about something, or you were right about something, or the whole world is lying to us. Everybody in the known universe. Anyway, we'll talk about that today. I get a kick out of the just the casual observations and casual mathematics that confirm the world around us. You make a calculation about something, just a off the cuff computation, because you're curious, you want to see whatever, and the outcome just blows your mind, and you can either sit back and go, nope, math is wrong, or you sit back and go, whoa, this is even crazier than I thought. Wow. And you can be amazed at the world around us, or you can just be a petulant bitch and insist that the world that we live in isn't as amazing as it actually is. I prefer the former. I think the world is probably even more amazing than we give it credit for. I mean, I'm sitting here looking out my front door at trees which grow in a fractal pattern out from the original source as the seeds spread out. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. The trees grow in a fractal pattern. That blows my mind. That shit's amazing. That there's more stars in the universe than grains of sand at the beach. That blows my mind. That all of the elements that we find on Earth were blown out of a star as dust and vapor. And that star was so massive that it birthed another star in our sun and 9 planets, 8, whatever. And on these planets are just ridiculously huge deposits of precious metals and rare elements. I just find that to be absolutely astonishingly amazing. And it may be the 3rd generation star, whatever, that finally blew up and gave us our elements. I don't know how many generations of stars that went through, but I find that to be so freaking amazing. And it may not have just birthed our sun; it may have birthed 2 or 3 others. We don't know. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with it. Some planet, solar nebula. I wouldn't be stunned if Alpha Centauri and Proxima Centauri and Alpha Centauri B, I think, are the three stars in that system. If they were birthed out of the same nebula, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm not familiar with it. I guess I could look it up. I'm not gonna though. I'd rather just watch my still. I'm waiting for that to fill up all the way. Probably got about 5 more minutes before it gets all the way done. And then I'll swap out that carboy with the other carboy, dump the vodka into the barrel. Gin, damn it. Dump the gin into the barrel. And let it go for a little bit. I might shut the stream down, bring my dog home, come back up here, finish cooking, finish the distillation run rather. But it's been all day. Everything is stardust. That is 100% certain, Mr. 100% accurate. Yes, everything is stardust. But before you get all high and mighty, that we're all stardust. We were birthed in the explosion of awesome supernovas. Like so was everything in the landfill. Even Ted fucking Cruz is stardust. But also, that old McDonald's wrapper was also stardust. So, there's that. The universe doesn't give a shit about us. It doesn't care. It does not care. If it cared, well, I don't know what it would do if it cared. So there you go. Let's put the microphone here, maybe. There, at least now it's in front of me. But it was picking up pretty good audio before. I could see the line here on the computer. But yeah, in the same way that that an entire tree is inside a seed. I mean, not actually, obviously. It's not like you apply water and it springs forth. It's a dehydrated tree. But everything that a tree needs to grow a new tree is put into a seed. And from that one seed, you get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of apples or strawberries or bananas or whatever the hell. That shit blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind. You take one seed, and from that one seed, you get thousands of loaves of bread. Because that one seed grows a head of wheat, and that head of wheat is another 1,000 seeds, and those 1,000 seeds go back into the ground and grow 1,000 more stalks of wheat. Those 1,000 stalks of wheat produce thousands of bread, loaves of bread. Just fucking blows my mind. And that all came from an exploding star billions of years ago. Trillions, maybe. I don't know. How old is the universe? Is it trillions of years? 13 trillion? Isn't that what it is? Something like that? I don't remember. It's a big number. And I'm ready for a nap, so. I don't know what I did with my cup. Is that my cup? Ah, it's got water in it. Yay. Boy. My barrel of water. All right, so that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Tomorrow night, of course, is trivia. But tomorrow night's trivia show is at 9. And if I'm going to do trivia, tomorrow night, I'm not going to be able to run the still tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning because I need to get started before 9 o'clock to get to trivia tomorrow by 9 p.m. Which means I got to get up here like super early. But even when I get up here early, getting all the stuff connected and attached and put in place and the doodads and hoo-has and whatnots fiddle farted with and adjusted. Hey, buddy. My trusty, loyal companion here right next to me. He's such a good boy. I think he wants to go home. You ready to go home? Is that what you want? Oh, he just wants some attention. He's such a good boy. See if I can switch the camera. See it. Y'all can see it. See my buddy. He's right here. Come over here. See my buddy? Can you see him? You can see his tail. That's all. You can only see his tail. He will only show you his tail. Sorry. You don't get to see anything other than his tail. Oh, camera fell. Because I moved the computer. Let's get you resituated. Yep, there it is. Bum, bum, bum. God, it looks glorious. All right. The carboy is just about topped off. It is 5:59. I'll give it 3 or 4 more minutes. I want to get it to the top, that top line, and then I will show y'all how I cut off the distillation. I cut the process off, and by cutting it off, I mean I open up that first valve and close the second valve, so that all of the cold water is going to the deflegnator. Deflegnator. And then that will start charging up the plates again. That is a glorious image. Pretty. Anyway, and then it'll cut off the stream going into the carboy. And I may take that opportunity to go ahead and refill the water tank outside. It's more efficient than it used to be. What we used to do is just run cold water from the wall into the still and out into the parking lot. We were wasting a ridiculous amount of water. But now, you know, there's a leak inside the machine, but it's not as bad as it was. It shouldn't have a leak. It shouldn't be leaking water at all. But, you know, frogs shouldn't hit their ass on the ground when they jump. So, but they do. I can fix it. There's a crack probably in one of the PVC pipes that feeds into the motor. It's just hard to find it because cold water in there condenses and everything's wet. So there you go. All right. There's a visible sag in the center of my table right now. I don't know if y'all be able to see this on this channel. So with these bottles out here on the table, there's no support underneath the table. It's just MDF drilled down on the sides. At some point, I'm going to flip this table over and put supports in it, but that point is not today, not right now. But I'm looking out over the tops of these bottles, and they have a distinct sway in the back, in the tops of these bottles as they go down. Make this bigger? Yeah, let's make that bigger. Look at that. Ah, it's gorgeous. Gorgeous. All right. So now to get the work done. Still store? Yep, there it is. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go flip that. I'm going to flip those switches and get that carboy emptied out. And you'll be able to see what it is that I've been talking about. I'll move the microphone way over there. Okay. All right. This is the fill line here. So we're really close to it, close enough for me to be able to comfortably come over here and do stuff to it. Close that off, open that up. So now the water's coming up through this black line into here, down here, back over here, and into here. That is hot to the touch right now. It's cooling off. Still hot, still hot. Now it's cool enough to touch. That's how quickly this cold water does what it does. This plate is already beginning to charge up. That was quick. Damn. And that's that. Okay. So this is stopped running. Stop the flow coming out. All right, so what we'll do, take that carboy down, push this carboy over. Replace this one here. All right. Now, what I want to do is make sure I want to recharge my cold water unit. So I'm going to go run over there, turn off the unit, take this, plug it into my wall, and feed water back into the unit. So I'll be right back. Now we have no flowing water right now, so water's going to fall out of here, but it's just draining. That it's refilling over here, so I'm going to go watch it, make sure it gets all the water in it that it needs. All right, so water's still draining out of here, and that's fine. This temperature's fine. Like, not having the extra water coming into this system is not going to hurt it at all. It's just going to start making alcohol come out like this, which is fine. What we kind of want it to do. right. Well, it's taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. But nothing's not hurting nothing about going through this. It's just going to take a little bit of time. And we'll create a little bit of gin while we're at it. Be a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right. It is officially full. The water tank is full. So, reconnect, and this is an engineering problem which I will have solved very soon. We are losing vapors right now because the column is too hot. So we have vapors literally coming out of the vent right there. That should get everything back moving again. No more vapors coming out of the vent. Excellent. Everything is excellent, as it should be. Now I will open this up. I will close this valve and open this valve. And the water will come from, now the water is coming from the cold up into here, straight down. So all of the vapors are being collected, condensed, and we will get fresh stream coming out in, let's go with, in 3, 2, 1, now. Nope. Well, we're not getting a stream yet. Why aren't we getting a stream yet? There we go. Stream, fresh stream. 3, 2, 1, boom. It starts off as a trickle, then it gathers up its head of steam. And then once it's going, it's going. And my work here is done. God dang, that's heavy. Oops. There we go. All right. That is roughly 13 gallons of gin collected. And we're talking about 85 or so proof. Between 90 and 95 proof for the batch that we have already collected. All right. Thanks, Mr. Great Shot. Glad you think that's cool to see. And from my perspective, from where I'm at right now, so this is for cardinal directions. This is south. The still is south and west of where I'm at. So my still is like literally in eyesight. Like the camera is right there. My still is just to my right of the camera. So actually where it's at on the screen, you know, if I have to look over here at it on the screen, that is pretty much where I look at it in real life. But on the screen, it's like over here, over my whatever my right shoulder, but it's like mirror image. It's opposite of my right shoulder. Anyway, so that's the orientation. I guess I could give you all a walking tour of the distillery real fast. If you haven't seen it before, you can see it now. And then we can wrap up the stream and call it a day. Because I've got a fresh 3-hour clock now. Yeah, I'm going to be cutting it close for a happy hour tonight. I'm going to be cutting it real close for happy hour tonight. That's all right. That's all right. I can reschedule the happy hour. All right, do the happy hour from the distillery. That is 100% correct, Mr. Great Shot. Mr. Great Shot asks, so I'm guessing when you run the whiskey, I would get the plates full for a bit to concentrate the 4 shots. That is 100% what I do. So when I run my whiskey or when I run for vodka or whatever, since this is like the 6th time this vodka has been distilled, I wasn't so much worried about pulling heads off, and I'm really not worried about tails either. There's going to be a concentration of flavors in the tails from the gin, and that's fine. I can run this until it's damn near empty, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna run it a while. I'll have 17, 7, 7, and 5 is. I'm sorry, 6, 6, and 5 is 17. I'll have 17 gallons of distillate out of this run, out of a run of 25, and I'll have gotten all but maybe 2 or 3 gallons out of this pot. And I'm really not worried about those last couple of gallons. It's not a lot that I'm losing. 2 gallons is like 10 bottles. Uh, no, that's more than that. It's like 2 cases, 20 bottles, give or take. But when I'm doing the whiskey, we ferment the whiskey. We do the fermentation of the whiskey, and then it's a, basically a really high proof beer. And some places will do a double distillation. They'll do a stripping run first, and then a finishing run on the whiskey. So they'll do a initial distillation where they just strip out the alcohol and get it up to like 60 or 70 proof, and then they do a second distillation to get it all the way up to 160. With our reflux columns, we don't have to do that. So we'll run it just the one time to get our 150, 160 proof, but I will run the still. I'll concentrate up those plates. I'll fully charge the column, as I say, or as we say. I'll fully charge it and let it run for a few minutes, and then I'll open it up and clear the column, fully clear the column, and then when we clear that column, by the end of clearing the column, I'll have gotten all of the heads done. I'll charge it back up, or once the column's clear, I'll test the whiskey and see what it smells like, see what it tastes like. The temperature by then should be in the 160 range, which is what I'm looking for my whiskey. When I clear the column, by the time that column's cleared, the temperature is in the right range and the smell will be in the right range. And by that point, I don't, at this stage of doing it, I've done it enough times that I don't have to taste it. I know that it tastes like shit or it tastes good based on the temperature and based on the smell. I don't have to prove it. Kind of like with spoiled milk. You can see spoiled milk and you can see it and smell it. You don't have to taste it. You just dump it. When I can see the temperature, I can smell the whiskey. I know if it's good whiskey or not. There's another test that we can do where I light it on fire. And if I'm getting a good, clean flame, then I know it's good whiskey. If it's a dirty flame, dirty yellow, and instead of clean blue, it's dirty yellow and blue, then I know it's not good whiskey. But I don't do that anymore since I almost lit my distillery on fire one time. And it wasn't the whole distillery; it was just the bathroom. But it was just a little thing. But yeah, and I'll distill the whiskey down to. I'll distill it down to 100 proof, 70 proof, give or take, just so long we're not getting oily nastiness, as long as it's clean, still coming through. But once it gets down to below 70 and I start seeing oil dropping into the bottles, the collection bottles, that's when I'll cut it off. I don't want to get those oils and viscous fluids. It turns it nasty. But yes, to answer your question in a much less long-winded fashion, I will charge up all 6 of those plates and then open up the valves, just blast it out the hole to get rid of the 4 shots. And it's really not that much. If you ferment it right under controlled conditions, you don't get a lot of 4 shots. And then I'll get a good, solid, meaty run of whiskey distillate, and then once it starts to get funky. Once it starts to get funky towards the end, yeah, I shut it back down. But again, there's not a whole lot left in it when I'm shutting it down. It's mostly sugar and wheat at that point, or sugar and grains at that point. But with this gin, we don't really have a lot of tails. We don't have a lot of tails with this gin because the vodka's already been distilled 6 times. This last distillation run, we're already working with clean vodka. Well, see, here at the Old Humble Distilling Company, Mr. Great Shot, our motto is safety third, and then only after all other options have been exhausted. We definitely rely on safety eventually. I mean, I don't want to blow anything up, but I mean, I don't want to blow up anything expensive. Let's put it that way. Safety third after everything else has been exhausted. How do they do the Coke pose? Anyway, but as I was saying with the gin, there really isn't a whole lot of tails, at least not in the alcohol. There are very, very highly concentrated flavoroids from the botanicals themselves. There's highly concentrated flavors from the botanicals, but it's gin. You want some of that stuff in your gin. You just don't want it to be. You don't want that from the alcohol. You want it from the gin, the botanicals. So I'll run this down as far as I reasonably can. If I could get in there and physically squeeze the alcohol out, I would do that because the alcohol in there is already good drinkable alcohol. We're not trying to make cuts between heads and hearts on the alcohol. The alcohol's already fine. The alcohol didn't become bad. So I'm going to try and get as much out of it as I possibly can. And if it means, playing with the knobs and opening up the valves to try and recharge the plate to get a little bit more and recharge the plates to get a little bit more and recharge the plates to get a little bit more, I'll do it. The last run of this stuff that we did, I had to leave the shop and my assistant was here, a buddy of mine named Carl. He was here and he massaged it and tweaked it and goosed it for like another solid 2 hours to get as much out as he possibly could. I'm probably not going to do that much. But I will. I mean, I may save this, the leftovers here. I've got a couple of buckets that I could save it in. I may save the leftovers. It's going to be a really low alcohol content. It's going to be a low content period because we started with 25 gallons. We took 17 out, or we will have taken 17 out. So there's only going to be like 8 gallons in there anyway. But I'll measure the alcohol content in those 8 gallons to see how much is in there. If it's more than a gallon, I'll save it from all 3 of my runs, and then put it back in there and try and squeeze out another gallon or so. Because if it's a couple gallons, you put in 25 gallons. There's 3 gallons in there. I might be able to get the alcohol out, but you mean final bottled proof? It'll be 80. Final proof from the run is somewhere between. I'm watching it now. It's something like. Right now, it looks like it's about 170. Let me go take a look. Jibber, jibber, jabber, jabber. I could have said anything over there. Y'all have no idea what I was saying. So the proof right now is right about 165. The total proof coming out of there, the full 17 gallons will be somewhere near 160, 170 proof. The first two carboys were in the 90 to 95 proof range. This third carboy is going to be really close to about the 100 and probably close to 120 to 150. If I keep it going and try and get some more out of the final batch, if I try to squeeze the last little bits out, I may get something. I may get 2 or 3 gallons, but it's going to be a really low proof. So there you go. There you go. The final proof will be somewhere in the 150 proof range, somewhere in that neighborhood. Because you've already got 13 gallons in there that are about 90 to 95. So even if you add another 6 gallons, if I add another 6 gallons, even if it was just water, yeah, I'll proof it down to 80. So even if I add another 6 gallons of just plain old water, that'll still be 95. Do the math there. Only a third of it would be water. The other 2/3. So what is 2/3? 66% times 2 is 132. So even if I just added water right now, it would still be at 132 proof. So this last batch is not going to bring the proof down significantly. It'll still be around 150, 160 proof on this last batch. Because that's where it's starting at. That it's starting at 165 now. Got something in my keyboard. It's starting at 165. It's going to go down. It's going to go down significantly to really close to probably close to 50 by the end of the run. But it's not going to be 50 proof. It's probably going to be 120 proof. This last bit's probably going to go in at about 120, which will bring the overall proof down to about 150. Oh yeah, we're getting really. It's really. I mean, it is crystal. It looks like gin. It is crystal clear, and it's delicious. I'm not gonna lie. It is really, really, really fucking delicious. I'm not much of a gin drinker, but this has a good flavor to it. It doesn't taste like medicine. It doesn't have that medicine-y flavor to it. It's got a nice. It tastes like Mediterranean food smells. You know what I mean? Hell, it smells like Mediterranean food. For that matter, the dude who makes this, he's Lebanese. His family is Lebanese. He owns a restaurant on the other side of town, and he basically uses botanicals and flavors from the restaurant that he cooks with to make the gin, and it's fucking divine. It's amazing. It's really, really good. We won a platinum award with it in 2020. In 2020, they won the platinum award at the International Spirits. What was it? I think it was the San Francisco International Spirits Competition. And then last year they won a bronze award at the same competition, which was just bizarre. I think it was the same competition. which I find to be very bizarre. But speaking of which, I'll be entering my whiskey into the New York International Spirits Competition. All three of my whiskeys, I'll be entering into the New York International Spirits Competition this year. Last time I entered the New York International Spirits Competition with our straight whiskey from our previous facility, which was using municipal water. We got a bronze medal. I was not happy with the outcome of that, but now that we're using better water, I expect we will have a much better. Getting a yellow color. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. Maybe there's it's sitting on a couple of boards, it's sitting on some lumber, so that may be what's giving it that tint. But yeah, it is very crystal clear. But that's how you make gin. There you go. Making gin is as much an art as it is a science. Just like cooking, gin is a batch of botanicals that work together to make a very unique and interesting flavor. And this guy's gin has a very unique and interesting flavor, and it is delightful. Absolutely delightful. Hey, welcome back, Tuna. Welcome back. You've been here for a minute. Sorry about that. But in a few weeks, I'm going to roll in the tote that we used, that we harvested the rainwater in from, or the freeze pack from the Great Freeze of 2021. I'm going to roll in the totes that we harvested that water with, and we'll be making our 72-hour blackout bourbon. I was hoping to have it made this year, but it didn't happen. I was hoping to have it ready for this spring, but it didn't happen for various technical and financial problems that we faced over the course of the last 12 months. And I'll also be making my first batch of Boomtown bourbon in the new facility, which will be super duper exciting. The whiskey, the 72-hour blackout bourbon, will be a limited edition, 500 labels. I'll only order 500 labels. There will only be 500 labels, up to 500 bottles of that produced. A special commemorative label made for that specific bourbon. There'll be numbered labels, numbered and signed. Every single one of them numbered and signed. And then we'll order another batch of labels that are not numbered and signed, that are just made with regular rainwater. So the first ones that are numbered and signed, I'll charge a premium for them, and the ones that are not numbered and signed, because they'll be made with just the regular water that we use, they'll be the regular price. So the special commemorative 72-hour blackout bourbon made from the rainwater or the snow melt from the 72-hour blackout, that will be like, I don't know, $75 bottle of bourbon. But the regular bourbon will be like $60, $65, something like that. And then our Boomtown bourbon, the National Bourbon of Texas, Boomtown bourbon and Ghost Town bourbon, National Bourbons of Texas. That'll be our standard tri-grain, heavy corn, light rye. I just sit here and stare at my still all damn day. Anyway, that'll be watching Wally. Oh, you heard me say his name. He's patrolling the grass on the other side of the street. Oh, well, there you go. It really is a delightful gin. And I say that not being a gin person. I haven't met many gins that I like. I like gin if you drown it in tonic and squeeze a half a lime into it. It's the only way I like it. There you are, buddy. Um, yeah, the 72-hour blackout bottle. I want to, I want to, I want that recipe to be a regular recipe. I want to do a high rye bourbon, like a standard recipe that we do here at the distillery. Um, but I really want to make that first batch, that special batch, using the water from the freeze that inspired the brand, that inspired the label. 72-hour blackout bourbon, and the labels would say our first 400 bottles were made, our first 500 bottles were made with rainwater harvested or with snow water harvested from the freeze. Every bottle since then uses the same recipe and the same spirit of perseverance, whatever, blah blah blah, through hard times that have something whatever, a feature of the people of Texas ever since we first settled our state. Something blah blah like that. I don't know. The strong flavor and I don't know, something along those lines. The strong flavor and and robust something blah blah is a reflection of the strong spirit and character that something people of Texas, something blah blah blah. Fucking mosquitoes. Anyway, but yeah, the 72-hour blackout bourbon will become a regular staple. And then sometime next year, we'll start the process of doing our space whiskey, which that will only be bottled in the small mini bottles, because it'd be such a limited quantity. We can only make like a gallon or 2 gallons of that at a time. So that'll only be in the small mini bottles, and those small mini bottles will be like $10 or $15 a bottle. Which, if we're doing the math, which I don't typically do, but a mini bottle is 50 milliliters. A full size bottle is 750 milliliters. So that's 14, 15 bottles to a full size. So at $10 per mini, that's like a 1500, 15 times 10. 15 times 10 is a $150 bottle of whiskey. And considering the whiskey goes to space, I'm thinking that's a goddamn bargain. You have space whiskey. Of course, you're going to drink it and you're going to be like, this tastes like regular whiskey. I know, but we sent it to space. And maybe what we should do is send one barrel to space and then blend that barrel with all the other barrels that we do. Maybe that's what we should do. That way we could charge like $90 for the bottle of space whiskey. Made with whiskey that went to space. But like the whiskey that went to space is like a drop. A drop of that whiskey in every barrel. Oh goodness gracious! It's given us a really solid stream right now. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see how solid that stream is? Let's look here. Still store. Show me. Can y'all see that? Hang on. See if I can make that bigger even still. Can you see that stream coming out? It's a clear liquor on a clear background. It's hard to tell. Well, just trust me. It's a solid stream coming out. From my angle, we have a dark background. Let's see if I can adjust that angle. Can you do it that way? Does that help? What if we did this? Does that do it? No, not really. There it is. Yeah. Now you can see it. Clear stream, solid background, dark background. There it is. Cheers, Steve. Welcome to the party. Get this back over here where it's nice and safe and not have me messing with it. There we go. Steve Erpenbeck. Good to see you in the party, Steve. Glad to have you. Absolutely glad to have you. I mean, it won't be in space for very long, but it will be in space. It will be in space long enough for it to feel the effects of space. And, the temperature variation, the pressure variation. It'll be in space long enough for all of that stuff to matter, I think. But what I'm really looking forward to is the process of making the space whiskey happen. The Mercury project, the Gemini project, and the Apollo project of testing the capsule for the whiskey. Got you, little son of a bitch. Nope, didn't get you. Where you at? I'm gonna get you. Testing the capsule, the ascent capsule, and descent module, or I guess it would be testing the ascent module, testing the descent module, testing the ascent module in the Mercury program, and the Gemini program is testing the descent module, the actual stuff that'll take it to space. And then the Apollo program will be assembling it all together and actually sending it to space. That, the whole process. And it'll be recorded, and it'll be filmed, and it'll be put on the YouTubes, and it'll be awesome. How long have I been distilling myself? The bottle I have of yours, I don't believe you were making. The bottle you have is probably the straight whiskey or special reserve. We made the first batches of our straight whiskey. It was called Roughneck Reserve. It was a bourbon. It was a Roughneck Reserve bourbon aged in new barrels, and I didn't like the way it tasted. We've been distilling since 2012 or 2013 when we got our license to actually distill. And we made our first batches of bourbon and our first batches of Boomtown Bourbon and Roughneck Reserve. The first batches of Roughneck Reserve, like I said, they were the bourbon, 90% corn, 10% malted barley. We also made vodka at the time. But when I started playing with the aging formulation of our Roughneck Reserve to make a better whiskey out of it, I started playing with the char of the barrel to get a lighter char, until I eventually just decided to go with a used barrel and see how that worked. And when I went with the used barrel, of course, I couldn't call it Roughneck Reserve Bourbon anymore, so I had to change the name. And the first batches that we made was our Texas Straight Whiskey. The first batches of our Texas Straight Whiskey that we sold we sold outside the distillery were sourced product, because I could not fill the order that Specs wanted with just the stuff that we were making on site. So every whiskey that we've made, every whiskey that we've sold, I've at least made one batch of it, except for the rye. I have not made a batch of the rye yet. But there's nothing stopping me from making a batch of 95% rye. I just don't have the still space to be able to do enough of it for it to be meaningful. But we've been distilling since 2013. Our last batch of bourbon that we distilled on site was May of 2019, and we sold it in 5 days right before Thanksgiving in 2019, before we closed up our shop, before we closed up our old location and moved here. In this particular location, we've done vodka and gin. I haven't, both of this still has element on the inside of it, so I can't distill solid materials. The corn and grains in the pot with the element on the inside, they turn to cake and they turn to bread, and I can't do it. But when we got our big pots, can you see the big pots behind? The big pots. When we get our big pots hooked up, oop, there it is. We get our big pots hooked up to our steam generator, we will go back to making our bourbon here on site. Whoops. And you can see it has the same column as our small pot. And behind that small pot is a big pot. You can't see it because it's behind the carboys. You can kind of see it. You can make it out back there. But anyway, yeah. Once we started getting orders that we couldn't fill, I had to ship it out to some other distilleries. They use the same grain bill that we use, the same process that I wanted to use with the used barrels. But yeah, they make it on my behalf. We source that base product. Now the special reserve, the finishing process, the aging process is done here on site. The rye, the aging, the double oaking is done here on site. And when we do our bourbons, all of that production from grain to bottle will be done here on site, as well as, that's for all of our bourbons. For the Blackout Bourbon, the Boomtown Bourbon, the Ghost Town Bourbon, and the Space Bourbon. All of that stuff will be done fully on site. So there you go. I hope that was a thorough answer to your question, Steve. I mean, it's been tough. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's been tough working as a part-time distillery operator solo part-time distillery operator from 2015 to 2019, and then taking it full-time at the end of 2019 to now, going through the pandemic, going through the second wave of the pandemic, going through the echo waves of the pandemic, all the shit that we had to deal with over the last 2 years. Supply chain headaches, supply chain problems, not being able to get cardboard boxes. Are you fucking kidding me? We couldn't get a hold of cardboard boxes for 4 months. Just dumb little things that have just been challenge after challenge after challenge. And now it feels like all this stuff is finally coming together. This camera, I'm tired of this camera being right on my face. It's been, just one thing after another, after another, after another. And we're finally getting to the point now where we're able to eke out a little bit of production. I've got enough cash together that we can get our pot stills connected up and hooked up for the electricity, both electrical and plumbing wise, and then be able to lever the whole operation up. Come on, you son of a bitch, land. Did I get you? I have a mosquito flying around here and it's driving me absolutely fucking nuts. But finally be able to get the things in place. We're able to do the Friday Night Lives. Hey, buddy. We're able to do our Friday Night Live music series. We're able to expand the reach of our media, our social media stuff. I mean, who is the rye? Oh yeah, it's MGP. I don't mind telling you that it's MGP. And I can also tell you the rye as it comes in versus the rye as it finishes, night and day. In fact, I can show you a couple of bottles. Hold on one second. This is the difference. This is the difference of our process. Come back here. This is the rye straight out of the barrel when it comes into the distillery. This is the rye. No extra oak, straight out of the barrel. This is the rye after our double oaking process. See the difference? This is what they send us. This is what we make. That's we didn't distill it, but it's 95% rye. There's not a whole lot of magic that goes into the distillation process. Not a lot of magic at all. It's 95% rye that's 120 something proof when it comes to it. Flavor that we get into it, that we put into it, the color that we put into it, the time and effort and energy. Yeah. I mean, there's a difference between what comes into the shop, what we get, and what we make. What we make is a remarkably different product than what we get. And it's the same way with our Texas straight whiskey, or our straight whiskey rather. What we get and what we end up with, what we make, is a vastly different product, as well as our special reserve. When the special reserve that we get, I mean, obviously, this is the straight whiskey. The light over my shoulder makes it look clear. The straight whiskey, I mean, this is it before it becomes special reserve. We do stuff to it, and it becomes special reserve. No, Texas weather absolutely does play. And what we make and what we get are two very, very drastically different things. And hell, even what we made at our old shop versus what we're making here are two very different whiskeys because the water that we use is so drastically different. That municipal water that we were using in our old shop versus the rainwater that we're collecting here, it's almost an entirely different product. Almost, not entire, not exactly, but there's a distinct difference when you put the bottles side by side and take a sip out of each. You can tell the difference. But yeah, and I'm thinking, I mean, there's a chance that even with our Boomtown Bourbon and the 72-hour blackout, that if we get an order for like 100 cases or whatever, 500 cases, or I mean, God willing, 500 cases, that'd be amazing. But if we get an order that outstrips our ability to make it, I wouldn't be opposed to ordering, to finding a grain bill that's the same as ours and taking some samples and seeing if I could find a sample that was similar. That was the key to doing our straight whiskey, was finding samples of sourced product that was equivalent to what we were already making. If I wouldn't have been able to find the samples that were equivalent to what we were already making, I don't know if I would have made that compromise, because eventually I need to take that production in house. Eventually I want to take all of this production in house and do it all in house. And if I can't replicate that flavor, if that flavor was not what I was originally making to begin with, then I'm not going to be able to take that production in-house. So, this is very much what you. Well, the flight tasting. If you come to the distillery on a Friday night and you get your flight, we'll give you the 4 drinks. Did I get him? I did not get him. Son of a bitch. You'll get the 4 drinks, and I'll tell you what they are. But if you stay for a tour or come in for an actual tour, yeah, this is kind of what we talk about. I'll go through the whole process, but I mean it's a 2,500 square foot operating floor. So the process, just talking about the process takes all of 15 minutes or so. But you get a cocktail and you get a cocktail with the tour, and we just kind of sit back and we shoot the shit, and I talk about the whole process, the history of the distillery, and everything. I love talking about this stuff. I don't have a problem talking about it at all, and I am fully transparent when it comes to what we do and how we do it and why we do what we do. It's frustrating sometimes when you come across people who try to denigrate you for having to do what you do and doing what you do, and they're like, "Oh, you don't really make it." Like, my ass, I don't make it. I'm here, man. This is full on a Texas product. I pay my property taxes to Harris County just like anybody else. I pay my sales taxes to the state of Texas. It's not a Texas product. And there are people. I'm not saying it's you, Steve. There are people, specific people in the state of Texas, in the whiskey associations in the state of Texas, who are all high and mighty on their fucking high horse. I just want to slap them down like, you jack-offs. You have no idea the kind of work and effort and I mean, granted, there are people out there who literally just buy whiskey that's pre-bottled and put a label on it and then they're done. But we don't do that. I don't know a lot of distilleries that do. There may be a few. But, there's plenty of distilleries in the state of Texas that are owned by out-of-state companies and out-of-state enterprises and people who they may have a facility in San Antonio, but their ownership group is in New York, or their investment group is in whatever, San Francisco or France or whatever. They may have a facility in Texas, but they're no more. God damn that mosquito! They may have a facility in Texas, but they're no more Texan than some rich boy from Connecticut that moved here to be a congressman. That's all I'll say about that. Well, tell us what you really think, Mr. Distilling Guy. Well, if you hadn't figured out what I really think based on that, then no amount of additional information is going to help you there, Bobby. But yeah, we still got a good stream going. It looks like we're down to about 140 proof, give or take. MGP is they don't have a themselves. They don't make their own. I mean, they make their own whiskeys, obviously. But their whole reason to exist is to sell food products and parts of food to people. I haven't had any problem getting. Well, I take that back. There's a shortage in the pipeline, and during the pandemic, there was a lot of ethanol production that was being diverted to hand sanitizer. A lot of alcohol production was diverted to make hand sanitizer. So There were distilleries that were, I don't know how distilleries were making any money making fucking hand sanitizer, but there were distilleries that were making hand sanitizer, a whole lot of hand sanitizer that you could get during the pandemic that smelled like vodka, smelled like tequila, smelled like whiskey. I don't know how they made any damn money doing that. I looked into it, and people were willing to pay whatever $8 a gallon or something like that for hand sanitizer, when the cost to make hand sanitizer was like $5, $6 a gallon, and including the bottles and all that other shit. I don't know how anybody made any fucking money off of that. You'd have to sell thousands of gallons. And I'm talking like micro distilleries, like small distilleries, like small operators like us. You'd have to sell thousands of hand sanitizer, little hand sanitizers, or even the big jugs, like thousands of them, to make rent, to make back the cost of doing it. I don't know how any of them made any fucking money. Should have just left that shit to Suntory and those guys. They have the big damn operations. They could turn this spout on to make pure ethanol and divert it into hand sanitizer if they wanted to. They could have done that. They probably did. I know they did. There are plenty of ethanol producers in the Midwest. Ethanol is the type of alcohol that goes into the drink. It's the drinking alcohol. It's also the alcohol that goes into your car if you have an ethanol E85 fuel source, whatever. But it's that same ethanol. So, Uncle Remus is one of Jack Daniels' brands, yes. Oh, yeah, Remus. Yeah, it's a Jack Daniels brand. But, yeah, I'm sure it's source product. But, or at least some of it is source product. But Uncle Remus is, yeah, I know, it's probably government subsidized. Get the big fat contracts. But, yeah, anyway. I couldn't find any bottles. I'd have done it on a small scale, but I couldn't find any bottles. I couldn't find any bottles to make it happen. It was going to be like May 5th before the bottles came, and like May 5th. Yeah, I'm looking it up in March, and it was going to be May 5th before the bottles showed up. I'm like, screw that. In some cases, it was like August. I was like, I hope this is all done by then. How fucking naive were we? By the time May rolls around, nobody's going to want hand sanitizer. This is all going to be done. We're going to be locked down for 6 weeks, and then we're going to be finished. And then May's going to roll around, and everything's going to be lifted. We're going to be able to go back outside and be normal. 2 years later. Oh, Lord. How naive. Such sweet summer children we were. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Remus, Jack Daniels owns the Remus brand, and I'm pretty sure like it was at least sourced to begin with, and we're coming up close to the point where the whiskey that they put back to be aged to make the brand happen should be coming out of barrels. So 4 to 5 years, build the brand with the source product. 4 to 5 years, now they have their own product. At least I assume that's what they would be doing. Fun story about Uncle Remus and that brand. There's no mention of him before 2016. It's the brand was launched in 2016. Then all of a sudden, Jack Daniels had or Jack Daniels' pastor, foster dad, whatever he was, had a slave named Uncle Remus that taught Jack Daniels how to make whiskey. Go figure how that works out, huh? Neat, huh? Just poof, just like that. Brand gets launched and a whole person gets invented. I'm sure he existed. I'm sure there's a story behind it. But whatever. whatever. Now people are all like, yeah, he was definitely taught how to do it by a slave. That's the story. You enjoy that story. Good story. It's a real good story. Anyway, guys, I think we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to go home and eat dinner. 7 o'clock. Or maybe I'm going to just go try and find a burger or something. Use my phone to call my wife instead of have it stuck on the still for a while. Unless y'all got any other questions, anything y'all want to talk about. I'll be back on at 10 o'clock tonight for the Old Humble Happy Hour. We're going to be talking about how pie makes the world go round. Literally. Casual observations of the earth and the universe around us, the nature around us. Casual observations that confirm the geometry and geography of our earth and cosmos. I might be doing the show from here. We will see. I don't know. Depends on how quickly that pot fills up there. I don't know. Depends. I am going to go over there and check the proof on the hydrometer. And we're getting a good stream. We're getting a pretty solid stream coming out of there. So I'm going to check the proof on the hydrometer. It looks like it's around 140-ish. Then maybe charge those plates up one more time and see if I can't get a good goosen of boosing coming out of there. Now, we had, when I started, there was a little bit more than 15 gallons in the pot. I've collected, got you, little fucker. Got him. This son of a bitch has been tormenting me. Now he's dead. Back to hell where you belong. I collected 13 gallons at about 95 proof, give or take. Between 90 and 95 proof. Or, I'm sorry, 90 and 95% alcohol by volume. So 90% of 13 gallons. Let's go on the low end. 90% of 13 gallons would be 10% less. That'd be 12 and a half, give or take. 13 times 0.9 is, all right, come on now. 13 times 0.9. Come on now. 13 times 0.9 should be something like 11.7, give or take. Which means there's only 4 gallons of alcohol in this entire pot left behind. So I'm probably not going to need a third or fourth run of alcohol coming out of here. 13 times. Did I get you? Nope. Did not get him. 13 times 0.9. Do the math. All right. I don't need to confirm the math. I know it's 11.7. And that's if it was low. If it was high, if it was a little bit higher, it'd be half that. So not 13, it'd be or not 1.3, it would be 0.7, give or take, 6.6, 0.7. So out of the 13 gallons that we have, it would be more like 12.3, which would mean there's only about 3 gallons. So there's between 3 and 4 gallons of actual alcohol left in my pot. And if I've pulled out now, let me check what the reading is. Bring the microphone over so y'all can hear me as I talk. So what's going to happen? Hang on. Walk over. Squeeze that camera. Still can't. There's one more thing. Oh, there it is. All right. So what's going to happen as this continues to go? It's my Obama voice. All right, so right here in the pot reads 175, give or take. The column is sitting at 180, right under 180, 178. My hydrometer is at 160, right at 160. So I'm not going to get more than 4 gallons out of this pot. You see what I'm saying? Because we started with 15. We pulled out what we pulled out, one of these and one of these. That's 13 gallons total. If it's between 90 and 95% ABV. So that means it's between 12 and a half and 13 gallons that I've, or 11 and a half and 12 and a half gallons. So it's not going to be more than 4 gallons because we started with 15 gallons of alcohol, pure alcohol suspended in water. So if this comes out at 6 gallons here, we're at 80% alcohol right now. If we get 5 gallons at 80% alcohol, we go 5 gallons at 80% alcohol, we're going to have, gotcha. Oh, look at that. There's blood. Son of a bitch. All right, we're going to have to do something about the mosquitoes around here. But 5 gallons at 80%, you know what 5 gallons at 80% is? 4, right? 4 is 80% of 5. That means we'll have 4 gallons of alcohol in here. So what's going to happen is they're attracted to the smell of the alcohol. That's what's going on. That's why they're all over here. So what's going to happen is as the alcohol comes out of here and evaporates and goes up through here, go ahead and concentrate up my plates while I'm standing here. As the alcohol comes out of here, comes into the column, and comes out of the water, the temperature in the water, the pot down here is going to start going up. It's going to start going up towards boiling. Ultimately, it's going to start going up up towards boiling. And then as less and less and less alcohol is in here, the water gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. The alcohol comes out, more of the water starts to evaporate with it. So this temperature starts going up. The water starts getting up here, and then the proof that's coming out starts to go down and down and down and down. So what's going to happen is this is going to slowly move up past 80% towards 70%, and then it's just going to shoot up. It's going to drop down to 20% like that, which means I'll have gotten most of the alcohol out of this. And then I'll shut these back, close that back down, charge up the plates again, and see if I can just squeeze a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And then it becomes a balance of time and energy and product. Do I want to spend another hour to get a case, not even a case, an hour to get 12 bottles, 6 bottles? Do I want to spend an hour to get that out of there because it's only going to be another half gallon? I want to get some of the flavors of the water to join into here. But once we get up to about, this is about 2 gallons now. Once we get up to about here, this whole system, this whole process is going to be done. We've got 1, 2, 3 plates now. This one's going to charge up in just a second. But once we get up to about here, probably another hour, hour and a half, if I had to guess, we're going to be done. So I'll hang out for another hour, hour and a half. Y'all can keep watching the process if that's something that you're interested in doing. But I do need to practice more electrical safety. Ow, shit, that was hot. I have wet hoses and electrical boxes that are bad to mix together, probably. Exactly. I don't want that to happen. Jesus, they're all over the damn place over here. Another one. All right. So anyway, so now we got 1, 2, 3, 4 plates that are nice and charged up, and I'm going to go ahead and just let the train run, I suppose. Nope, there's number 5, waking up. I'll give it another second, see if we get number 6 to wake up too. Maybe. This is going to be bad if we got mosquitoes like this now. Of course, it's wet. We have mosquitoes like this on Friday. It's going to suck. I have to come up with a mosquito solution for Friday. And come on. One more. I see activity. I see bubbles. I see bubbles. We are fully charged. Now, let the train run. Woo woo! All right, now we'll start collecting it out. This has to cool down. This has to heat back up. It was cooled down, so it'll have to heat back up. It's at 160 now. It's got to work its way all the way up. Once it works its way up, the best parts of the job. That's just water. All right. In 3, 2, 1, alcohol. All right. So yeah, like I said, when we get to about here, I don't think we're going to be collecting much more of anything. But I'll watch this. If this drops below 100, I'm going to come back over here and reset everything, charge the plates back up, do it again, keep going at it. And keep it going. So we'll go back to the still cam. We'll leave it on the still cam for a while. I'll watch chat. Sorry about that. I'll watch chat and answer questions, but we'll leave it on still cam for a little while. That's 100% right, Mr. Great Chat. I guess the points of diminishing returns, where, you know, do I spend another hour on 6 bottles? Do I spend another hour on 3 bottles? do I need to squeeze out that last little bit? And also, it's not just it's the concentration of the flavors in there too, because like I said before, we don't have a whole lot of issue with tail from the alcohol, but we do get issues with the concentration of the flavors, and we want some of that, but we don't want too much of that. So that's pretty important to be able to balance that between the quality of the gin coming out and the quantity of the gin coming, because I really don't want to overpower it. And if the flavor is too concentrated and too oily, because I'll also be able to see that it's not gonna come through on the camera, but coming down where it hits down here at the bottom, where it hits you'll be able to see the oils coming through, and I don't want too much of that. Too much of that'll give me an off flavor, so I need to be careful with it. Mosquitoes are getting really, really fucking obnoxious. That's the wrong column. Where is it? There it is. Too tight. There. Still cam. There we go. Transform. Fit to screen. There we go. Oops. Just there. Let's add a media file. Let's go with that. Let's go with the spinning logo. Let's plop that bad boy. Nope, not there. Go up right there. Put that right there. You know, showmanship. That way you know who we are. We'll put two of them. One here, one there. How's that look? You like that? I like that. Do we need to zoom in a little bit? Yeah, I mean that's entirely possible. That we cut it off and we add it to a different run. That's what I was saying before. If we if I have I should have about 8 gallons left, but there won't be much alcohol left in that 8 gallons. Maybe one 1 gallon of it would be alcohol. Are they? Oh, Wally's getting in on the mosquito action over here. I'm gonna go ahead and shut the door. Mosquitoes are bad. At least we have a breeze coming through here with the holy Jesus. We have a breeze coming through with the fan running. So No more mosquitoes coming in to bug us. The only ones that are in here are the ones that have already gotten in. You'd think it's early in the year to be dealing with mosquitoes, but it is definitely not too early to be dealing with mosquitoes. So there you go. There, that's better. All right, now we see it's not quite halfway full. Carboy, rather, is not quite halfway full. And we're still going strong with a solid, it looks like it's about 160 proof, give or take, right there. But every time I recharge the plates, uh, the proof will go up. The alcohol content will go up because when I recharge the plates, I'm literally just building up a head of pure alcohol in the column. So when that hydrometer shoots up for the first time, and I'm telling you, it happens really fast, guys. It'll go from 160, 170, 150, somewhere in that neighborhood, and then it just shoots right up. It passes 120, 100, goes all the way down to 70 or 50, real fast. And oh my God, the pollen is killer. Ugh, it's the worst. You're scraping it off your car in a freaking sheet almost. But anyway, when it happens, it happens fast. And I'm looking at it now. 190, 80. So okay, we're still at 160. It looks. But it's at 160 and falling fast. I'm watching. I can see the hydrometer moving every little bit. I think I see it moving. Maybe it's just ripples that I'm seeing. It's just bubbly. But yeah, this will be it. I'm not going to have to do a fourth run on this pot. This will be it. And if I get started a little bit earlier tomorrow, if I get in here earlier tomorrow and have everything like preset, if I clean tonight and don't have to clean in the morning before getting started, I should be good to go. But Friday, I am definitely not going to be able to get this done Friday. I may be able to do it on Saturday, but not Friday. Friday, I have an early evening on Friday, so I'm not going to be able to do it. But I don't know, I guess the band could be playing and I could just be running the damn still. It doesn't make that big of a difference. No reason I can't run the still while the band's playing. Everybody be out there partying, having a good time. I can be in here doing my thing. theoretically. The distillation will not be televised, though. All of our cars. I have had some of the worst allergy attacks this spring that I've ever had. There were nights I couldn't sleep. I had to shave my damn beard because my nose wouldn't stop draining. That's when you know it's bad, when you have to shave your facial hair off because your allergies won't stop. It's insane. There is, Steve, that is a great question. There are automating tools on stills. There are distillation systems that can be installed with automating tools on them that you could literally run the still from an iPad from anywhere in the country, really. Um, they manage it, they manage the heat, the cooling, the amount that's coming and going, and control of the valves and all that stuff. Uh, these columns can be retrofit with tools like that. Uh, but really, the the only real amount of human interaction that needs to be done with these is at the very, very beginning and the very, very end. Uh, I mean, I fiddle with it in the middle of the run to, play with the columns and stuff. I don't have to recharge the plates in the middle of the run, except for having to empty out the carboys. I don't have to do anything with that. If I had a big enough, if I could have run this alcohol straight into the barrel that we're storing it in if I wanted to. But I chose specifically to collect it in these carboys so that I could measure the amount that I was getting out of the pot, and I would know where we're at and how much time's left. Um, the I mean, it's just like a cross country trip. The biggest interaction with the most of the trip could be fully automated. Once you leave your hometown and you get on the freeway, you could be fully automated until the very last 5 or 10 miles when you're approaching the airport or the hotel that you're going to stay in. Same way with the drive to work. Most of the drive to work could be fully automated, except for when you're, um, gotcha, you little shithead. Except for when you're approaching the office. Um, Mosquito landed on my head, and I just killed him dead. Um, and most of the process with this, I got started at I think I started distillation at 10:15. No, 9:15. No. When did I start? Yeah, right about 10:15 is when I started this morning. Most of it, I could have slept. Uh, I mean, except for the fact that I'm just the last time I did his gin was in July of 2020. Uh, November 2020. So it's been a couple of years now, almost a year and a half since I've done this. So the first couple of runs, I'm refamiliarizing myself with the process and the length of time that it takes to do everything. So, um, but like I was saying earlier in the stream, by the last 2 or 3 runs of this, I'm probably going to sleep through a good chunk of it. I'll have other stuff that's going on. I'll be bottling whiskey, putting on labels, doing, making phone calls, doing all the other shit. I just wanted to put it on the stream today because I want to futz with it a lot and make sure I can touchy-feely handle it. And that's pretty much it. The hydrometer, I can see from here, the hydrometer has gone up. The reading has dropped. It is below 160 now. It is approaching 150. We're not quite to the point where it's going to go very fast, but we're getting there. We're approaching it. I'm going to get myself a drink of water. Yeah. Covered in sawdust, buddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. Hello.
Is your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
All right. That was the lovely Mrs. Old Humble Guy. Let's see here. Can we switch back? Switch back. Did that work? Connect back over here. Did that do it? That did not do it. Let's get back here. We'll get there. Bear with. That was the lovely Mrs. Old Humble Guy calling to find out where I were. All right, so and further adding proof that she does not watch the channel. Ever. I love her. She loved me. She's good people. There it is. Okay, there's the still. See the output there. Awesome. Okay. Uh, yeesh. Cover that up. Is that better? Yeah, we're better. We back. We back. We back. We back. There it is. My buddy laying on my foot. I'm gonna go check out. Gonna go check the reading real quick. Down about 150. 150. All right. So what I was looking for over there was any oily residue that was going into the distillate as it was dropping in there. Uh, and it is exactly what it sounds like. You know, when you drop oil into water, you see the the film as it drops in, and there's none of that yet. So we're dropping in at 75%, still going strong, still going strong. So we'll let this run for a little while, and I'll be right here monitoring chat, doing a little reading. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. I am right here. Not that there's anybody there, but you know, it's looks like we're getting approaching 140 now. We've passed 150. We may be approaching 140, which is fine. We're doing fine. Not seeing an oily residue dropping into the carboy, which is also fine.
I'm actually really satisfied if we get the full 5 gallons at above 100 proof. But I don't think we're going to get that much out of it. The stream is actually beginning to trickle a little bit. Not going quite as strong as it was going earlier. Still going strong. Looks like we may be, yeah, still holding right around 150, give or take.
We'll let it keep on chugging. ladies and gentlemen. Rain. We have rain. No, I don't have any red marks or anything like that. I've used these carboys since college for making beer, or carboys just like them. Uh, I had 3 at one point, and I broke one of them. The one on the left, the one on the left, the one that's being used right now, is the one that I've had since college. I've lost 2 uh, over that course of time, and I just kind of know where it's at. So, uh, yeah, I just know where I'm familiar with it, so I don't have any red lines or anything like that. Um, this distillation is as much a science as it is an art. Ooh, can y'all hear that? I don't know if y'all can hear that. It doesn't look like it's coming through. It's raining pretty hard out there right now. I will wait for it to get below 100 proof to run it again, but it really depends on the volume that's in the volume that's in the bucket or in the carboy and still in the pot. So if it's going really strong like it is now, and we get up to about 4, we get really close to the upper hips on that carboy, and then it finally gives up the ghost, I won't recharge the still at all. I'll just let it go. We'll be done. But I am watching the drops going into the carboy to see if any oily film is dropping into the carboy, because if that starts, I'll immediately go over there and recharge the column to try and clarify the liquor, if that makes any sense. Um, if I see the little rainbow droplets falling into the gin uh, from the distillate, I'll go over there and I'll hit it. So it's not like any volume amount or any amount of proof that I'm looking for. It really is the product itself telling me what it's making. But I would be surprised if it was still at a high proof and giving me an oily residue, because that's usually going to come really, really late when there's really, really very little alcohol left coming out. So right now it's still at about 150 or so, still right about 150. So we're still talking 75% alcohol coming out of this. So it is still chugging along nicely. We are at 140 proof, holding steady. It's probably got about 2.5 to 3 gallons in that particular carboy. Chugging along, my buddy here by my side. Good boy. There we go. Oh, sorry about that. Internet's. Okay. I know this is just great, isn't it? It's me sitting in silence in the background while the still just runs all by itself. It's just quiet. This is, to be completely honest, how many, many, many evenings and nights at the distillery are. It is just me with the fan running in the background, maybe some music, reading a book. This is me doing work. Like, here's the, this is me doing work. Here's the book. There's the still right over there. This is me doing work. Woo! Goodness gracious, right? All right, back to the still can. It's like we are approaching a little bit lower, closer to 120 now, maybe 100. Let me check that. Everything's looking good. Uh, all right. So Zoom is being stupid again. Wasn't being stupid before, but is being dumb now. We're gonna fix that. Start a new meeting. All right. Get this back up and running. These mosquitoes they look different than the mosquitoes that I'm used to. They're very troublesome, very troubling to see these things. Come on. Show me my video. Nope. There we go. Yep. Continue. No audio needed. My main man. Let's get you right there. My Twin Towers. Yeah, boy. All right. We're doing well. We're doing quite well. This run is progressing nicely. We are probably 30 to 45 minutes away from finishing up. Probably. So there you go. But I'm going to go ahead and shut off the stream. I'm going to go ahead and shut us down. We'll be back at 10 o'clock for the Old Humble Happy Hour. I'll either do it here or I'll do it from home. What's that? I'll show you the brand in a little while. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and shut it down. No need to keep on this thing for another 30 minutes. I can actually see the hydrometer moving from here as it progresses past 130 down to 120. We're at 100. We're at 60% ABV right now of what it's collecting, but it's just coming out of the trickle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and recharge it. Since I'm here, I can do it. We'll go ahead and recharge that thing just to get the speed back up and running, the volume, speed of the distillation up, going faster. I mean, it's coming out at a nice steady clip, but if I can juice it a little bit and get more alcohol sooner, yeah, we're still holding steady at 130. If I can get more alcohol faster to come out, so this is at 130 now. When we charge up these plates over here, when we charge up the plates over here, the alcohol will go down, or I'm sorry, the hydrometer will go down, the percent alcohol will go up. This is just me kind of being a little impatient. The temperature on the column is at 190. The temperature in the pot is approaching 190. It's at like 185. Yeah. God, it smells glorious in here. I don't remember the mosquitoes being this bad last year. Of course, I wasn't spending a lot of time in the distillery in April of last year either. We didn't have a lot to do in April last year. First plate is full. Second plate charging. Getting there. We may not get much. There may not be enough alcohol in here to charge up more than a couple of plates. I mean, if we're at 60% ABV, if this is 75%, this higher proof, we may not have much left to charge up the plate. Okay, seeing activity in the second plate now. A little bit of activity, not a whole lot. Trying. All right, there's some action. There's some action. We're getting some action. Whoa! Get some action in the second plate. We may not get much more. A little bit more in the third, yeah. Are we going to get any in the fourth plate? My son is making spaghetti and meatballs at home, so I kind of want to wrap this shit up and get home and eat. All right, I don't think we're going to get anything in the fourth plate. Because this is really rolling in 3, but I don't see much of anything going on in 4. So, oops. First things first, second things second. Let the temperature drop, temperature rise, temperature drop. It's going to start just flying out of here. Now we're at 130 proof right now. So this should drop. The proof should drop in the parrot, or the hydrometer, I mean, should drop. The proof should go up. Oh, we got a little bit of action down here in the fourth. Give it a little bit more time. We got a little bit of action down here in number 4. Give it a little bit more time. Gotcha, asshole. It's just taking its sweet time charging up. That's all. Almost 8:45, 8:40, 8:40. I was not expecting to see anything in this one. Anything else? All right. Now let's let it rip. All right. All right, so we're at 130. saw the hydrometer drop down just a little bit there. Went down to 134. All right. Alcohol's coming out. We have a stream. There it is. The hydrometer dropped a little bit, but it is not dropping significantly. Okay, there goes. There goes. There goes. We've gone from 130 up to 140. This is dropping down. Now the stream is coming all the way over here when it was dropping down to right about there. We're almost at 150 now. There it goes. It just passed 150. We're approaching 160. Giving you a play-by-play of the still. How exciting is that? Doing my best John Madden voice. See what you really need to see here. We really want to see here is the offense doing offensive things. The defense doing defensive things. The one that's going to succeed, the one that does their thing better than the other guy. What they really need to hear is another touchdown. All right, now we have looks like we flatlined right about 160, right at 80 proof. All of the plates are now. Nope, this one still has a little bit. This plate's empty. This plate's empty. This plate's empty. This one's empty. This one's empty. This one still has a little bit of juice left on it. Ugh. And we're down a little bit past 80% ABV. We're moving towards 170. About 165, give or take. A good steady stream of alcohol coming out here. The temperature up here has dropped back down to 165, 170. Temperature in the pot has stayed the same, hasn't changed. All right, we're going to let this run for just about 15 more minutes or so without me hovering over it. Holding steady at 160, 160 proof. So yeah, you can see it dropped. The hydrometer dropped from 130. It was way up here. It's dropped down significantly after recharging this back up. There's still a little bit of action on these plates. Just a little bit though. Now the proof is beginning to drop again. It's past 160. It's going down towards 150. still clean liquor going in there. There's 150. Yeah, that's how quick it goes once it starts to get all the alcohol out of the system. It starts to go quick. The temperature in the column is past 170. It is moving. That's 172. It is moving quickly up. We are holding steady at 190 or 188 on the pot. Our hydrometer is past 150. It is almost at 140. Temperature in the column is up to 178. Approaching still holding at 178. It's going to approach 180 in just a second. We've just passed 140 on the proof. We're going to get it down to 130 in just a second. And then it'll blow past 130 and probably get down to 120-ish. Maybe a little bit lower than that. Since we pulled off fresh alcohol here. Almost pure alcohol coming off of this. Almost, not quite. We've passed 140. Come on. It turns when I don't want it to, but then it stops. Stops turning when it backs to you. 38, 36, 34. We're about 134 right now. And there we go. That is 130. The temperature in the column is up above 180 now. It's at 182, 183. We are down below 130 proof, heading towards 120. Gets pretty dramatic when you come to the end of the run. Still no oily residue though. That's good. Still looking good. Nice and solid. Nice and strong. I think this is the 7-gallon carboy, and this is the 5-gallon carboy. Or this is the 6, and this is the 5. And there we are now down to 120. The stream is coming straight down instead of being sprayed all the way out here. Temperature in the column is up to 190. You know, when it's above 220, that means it's pure steam, pure water steam, H2O. That's bad. That's bad, okay? And at this point, at 120 proof, we're still talking mostly ethanol, mostly alcohol coming out. 60% alcohol versus where we were before, up around 190, 85%, 85 to 90% alcohol by volume. 95% rather, I'm sorry. Walk back over here, look and see if there's. I am beginning to see a little bit of stuff coming in with the alcohol, so I'm going to charge this up one more time. Step out for a second. I'll be right back. Oh my God, it feels amazing out there. Absolutely amazing outside. Good Lord. All right, how much we got? We have nothing charged up. Our temperature is going down. We're down below 190 again, approaching 180. It is cool to the touch here, not up here. It's trying to be cool. There we go. We have charged. The first plate is charging. Second plate is thinking about it. All right, I'm not seeing anything coming in the second plate yet. See liquid building up on the plate. Trying. There it goes. Trying. There's some bubbles. There we go. Temperature down to about 170. There's some nice rigorous bubbles happening in the second plate now. Nice bubblage. All right. Shall we? Too much corrosion up on these handles. Third plate is trying to charge. We got it. Yep, we got it. We've got third plate. Nice. You know, Ma, we're gonna get plate number 4. Give me some action, buddy. Gonna do some stuff. Act like you want to be here. Anything? No. Maybe? No? Possibly? I don't see it happening. I don't think we're gonna get plate number 4. All right, I want to get this temperature down to 160 real quick. Once this hits 160, I'll throw the valves open again and let it rip. All right, close enough. I'm hungry. I want some spaghetti. There we go. A little bit of action in plate 4. A little bit of action from the back section. My dog is laying on the concrete. He is broken. All right. We see how quickly that sequence went through. That was like a 20-minute sequence right there, where I charged it up, let it run. It went up. The proof went up, then came back down. And I charged it up a second time. I let it go again. Now the proof should drop below 100. And if we're getting 100 proof alcohol coming out, we're not going to have a whole lot left in the pot, I don't think. We'll have 12 gallons out. This is about 3. 12 plus 3 is 15. That's 10. And if we're getting proof coming out at 50% alcohol coming out, three going in, probably at about 80 proof now. 3 times 0.8 is 2.5. 2.4. That there's between 3 and 4 gallons of alcohol left in there. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot more alcohol left to get. Especially if it drops below below 100 proof. That'd be telling me there's definitely not a whole lot left to get. All right, we'll let this run for a few minutes. Let's sit over here and read my book and drink my water. Record. Everything okay? We good? We good. Okay. Let's see here. That's good too. That's good. Okay, everything's good. Oops, not that one. Camera fell again. Camera, you're drunk. Quit being drunk, camera. Oops, maybe if I point you the right direction, you will be more able to be upright. You dumb camera. There you go. There you go. All right. That's the important part right there. The parrot and the pot. All right, we're down close to 100 proof now. Just looking at that hydrometer. Let me go take a quick gander. Oh, take that back. Doing fine. Steady. Still below 190. Can't hear anything I'm saying. Temperature is holding steady below 190. Everything's looking good. Looks like the hydrometer shot up a little bit. Let me double check what's going on over there. Temperature's moved. Everything is moved. Let's see. Put you there. We now have the temperature above 190. Just slightly above 190. We're looking at 192 right there. Hydrometer shot up. It is at 55% ABV. So we're down to 110. Okay, so I'm just going to let this run down as low as it'll go and then shut her off. We'll probably get down to about 70 proof or so, 60, 70 proof, before we start seeing the telltale signs of stuff that I'm looking for here. Maybe it'll help if I have a... No, not getting them. Looking good. Looking real good. 110, approaching 100. Oh yeah, it's beginning to taste almost like water. We're not there yet. There's a whole lot more water in it than they had before. But compared to what it was before, I mean, shit, before it tasted like rocket fuel. Fly me to the moon. And there is 100. It's just past 100 proof. So right now what we're pulling out of there is 50% alcohol, 50% water. And it is still getting a little bit... there are alcohol ripples going in there, not actual oily, icky stuff, just alcohol ripples. But it's getting a lot of water. So I'm going to do it one more time. Charge her up. One more time. We're almost at, it's at 195 right now. I'm going to let it charge up one more time. And while it's doing that, I'm going to sweep up a little bit, clean up the place a little. Get myself ready. Go. doing? How we doing? What you got for me? How we doing? We got one plate. We got 180 degrees. How you doing? But this will be the last time I do it too. I'm not going to do it anymore after this. Get down to go from 100. See how far down it goes. Give it 15 more minutes, and then we're out. No. What do you feel fantastic outside? Open the door. All right. What is it telling me? Tell me your information, Mr. Still. All right, so we're not getting any action in any more plates other than what we've already got in plate 1. So that tells me I'm not going to get much more coming out. So let's get her going. We have a roiling plate 1. Plate 2's got nothing. Plate 3, 4, 5, 6, obviously nothing. Of course, I didn't let the temperature get too low. It only dropped to about 170. But that's fine. Got up to 135 proof, 65% ABV. We got it all the way up to 65 ABV. Is it going to get up to 70? Good try. Is it going to make it? There we go. Made it. I wonder what the temperature is coming out of that thing. Probably a higher proof than I think because it's calibrated to 60 something degrees. I know it's 70 degrees. Okay, I thought the alcohol was going to be much cooler than that. It's 70 degrees inside there. All right. Getting a little film coming down there, but not a lot. Not enough to note. Almost up to 150 proof now. Almost. Not quite. It's trying, but it's not gonna. Now, turn the other way now. It got up to about 76. I'm sorry, not quite 76. Not quite 150. It was that was 75. It almost reached 75. It got up to about 73 degrees, or 73% ABV. So 146. Okay, so I'm gonna let this run. It's gonna rise up to about 100 proof or so. I'm gonna let it run, and then I'm gonna cancel, end it. I'm going to unplug my cameras. Prep. Leave. Tomorrow, I will be working on our bottles over here. Getting them put away. Sealed, getting them labeled. Lisa may come and join me. She may not. She's definitely going to be here Friday. Oops. Plug the wrong plug. Oh, there goes. More of a obvious. Can't fucking hear what I'm saying. With this, it's more of a concrete, obvious result. With whiskey, it's more of a feel, sense. See if anything's showing up yet. Okay, yeah, I can see it now. Look, there's the line. See that? That means we're done. You see that film coming down there? Looks like oily globs of goop dropping down there, like a little oil. That's done. That means we're finished. So, come over here to my thing. Open up. My amp meter turned off during this process. I need to bring that home and check it out. So I shut that off. Gonna let this run for a little while. Gonna let that run out for a little while. Get the last little drips and drabs going in there. That's not gonna cause any problems. The little bits that are dripping in there, that's not gonna be any issue at all. I'll go ahead and flip this. Have it shut it down. Gonna go shut down the machine in the back, and my wife just sent me a text. She has the boys have school on Monday, but she do not. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, this is the end of the show. We're done. Done distilling everything. I'm not going to get any more good stuff out of that pot. Title? No, that's not the intro. That's me. not going to get anything more coming out. We're not going to get any more coming out. We're done. So the only things I have left to do today, this is a true day in the life. This is an entire day. The only thing I have left to do now is shut off the chill quantity, the chill Sorry, you can't hear me when the microphone is in the other room and not pointed towards me. I forgot, this is a different microphone. So what we're going to do is I'm going to close this out. I'm going to shut down my machine out there, lock it up, shut everything down in here. I'm going to head home and get ready for the happy hour that starts at 10 o'clock. We're talking pie. Actually, no, what are we talking? The happy hour, when I go home, is talking about the... Shit, I don't even know anymore. Pie that makes the earth go round. So yeah,